Let's get this meeting going. I'd like to welcome Area Township of Georgian Bay Committee of the Whole, and for Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. And I'm going to call this meeting to order at 10:33. We're starting earlier than originally expected because Planning Council got done sooner than expected. And we understand that there were a couple of people from MacTier planned on attending, and I'm hoping that they're doing so online, given the weather and all. And with that, I am not going to read a land acknowledgement because I've already done one today. And I'm going to ask council if there's any conflicts of interest or pecuniary interest that they need to declare. Seeing none, I don't believe we have any open forum signups. So we're going to go straight to our staff report, refresh MacTier. Oh, all right. Somebody else can do a little song for us, waiting music. I couldn't help but notice that Ms. Nicholson's face just lit right up. So are you about to sing? Yeah. Oh. I like that. Jennifer's there. All right, Ms. Schneier, are you in?
I'm very close. We're trying to promote you. I took the promotion.
There you are. And so at this point, I'm going to turn the screen, if you will, over to Ms. Schneier to introduce this topic and presentation.
Well, thank you very much for working tonight.
Microphone.
Apologize. I'm delighted to work with you today to share the first draft of the Refresh MacTier that has been going on for a wee bit now in the community of MacTier. It is very MacTier centric, and the community has come forward in great numbers to be able to promote and support this event. We are at perhaps a crossroads, Your Worship, because there's a lot of ideas that have been brought forward, but we definitely need direction from council as to where to go and what to do next, because there are certainly financial implications of all of the proposed suggestions. I have written the report in a manner that it does identify some of the financial constraints that we are facing as staff and as professionals meeting in front of you. We are very concerned about the operating costs, revenue generated, and capital expenditures of these proposed new items without taking consideration for the present financial situation that is occurring in MacTier. So I won't speak to the finances specifically. We can talk about that at a little bit of a later time, but I am very pleased to introduce to you Vanya, who is from Refresh MacTier, and she is here today with some community residents to be able to hear the presentation, and I believe that Kim is also here to support if there's any community-specific items that need to be identified. So with that, Your Worship, if it's your will, I would very much like to hear the preliminary report from Quarry Consulting.
Miss Vucet Doucet, and I'm sure I mispronounced that.
Thank you. No, that's lovely. It's a Wookiee Doucet. It's great. I'm just going to share my screen and ask you if you can see what I'm seeing. Share. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Excellent. Well, thank you so much all for having us this morning. As Jennifer was saying, my name is Vanya Vukic-Doset. I'm from Quarry Consulting Firm, and I've been part of the refresh of MacTier project since last October. Worked with the community and township on this. It was a great pleasure to work with these individuals. So I just would like to thank you all for the opportunity to present the update of this initiative and talk about the next steps. Okay, so the intent of today's presentation is not to request approvals, but rather we would like to share the project's community prioritized, discuss feasibility within township resources, highlight some of the key risks, and ask for your guidance on the next steps. Your feedback today will inform the final refresh MacTier plan, which will be presented back to the council on March 9th for the approval. So this slide is really all about how do we get here. So last time we had met with the council in January, we talked about community identified projects that came out of the last year's community workshop, where almost 100 people gathered, which was really successful. And at that point, we only had high-level description of each project and rough cost estimate, as you remember, which Mara was nice to help me with. Since then, we focused our efforts on collective feedback across the community, for which some of the feedback is still being collected. To quickly summarize, we had done focus group discussions with township leadership and staff, council, including one-on-one interviews with councilors Pretko and Cooper. In addition, we engaged with the MacTier youth through a survey, as we really wanted to learn about youth preferences and needs for a refresh of the community. We also talked to other select community members, such as Stephanie Clear, Township Library CEO, as well as Mr. Steve Shell, who took the call while on his vacation out of the country and who was super excited to talk to us. And of course, our feedback would not be inclusive if we had not reached out to the close-by communities, such as Moose Deer Point community, who are also the users of the MacTier services and as well as frequent visitors. On this front, we had a great discussion with Chief Hendrick, with whom we also co-developed a survey for Moose Deer Point residents to not just give feedback about refresh MacTier, but also to better understand how they use services and programs of MacTier and what's missing, what could be improved. This was a great opportunity for MacTier to reconnect with Moose Deer Point and to include them in the planning process to revitalize MacTier. Also, this great feedback will be included in the final plan, which you will read as the project closes to the end. Then, to keep the momentum going, we organized a second community workshop on January 24th, where we got community to reprioritize projects based on cost and elaborate more on what these projects would look like. We will share this work with you shortly. But for now, in order to deliver on this project, as you may imagine, we will need your feedback, hopefully today, to inform the plan, as I mentioned earlier. And of course, we're going to be working closely with the township and community to build a plan that has a clear recommendations that you will see on March 9th for your approval. Now, let's talk a bit about January 24th community workshop session. As you may have heard, community engagement has been strong in this process, at least since Quarry joined last October. Despite major winter storm on January 24th, with minus 30 degrees outside, 38 residents showed up, right? We started off by sharing the projects they identified earlier to basically validate the information with them. And we shared with them rough costing attached to each, and shared some of the community identified projects for which budgets have been already approved in the meantime, which community was super excited about. After they had voted again, and we ended up with 5 projects they cared about the most, which was followed by the scoping exercise. So basically what we did, we asked the community to address 3 questions. Why this matters to you? What would success look like? And we also asked, what resources we can draw from the community to make this happen? So we had each table with a note taker, and they also ended up with the reporting back to the larger group at the end. And before leaving for the day, we called out who would be interested in taking part of the working groups that would push these projects forward and gather more data and get a better understanding of what we are talking about, because not a lot could have been done in a couple of hours. So we had about 5 to 6 individuals volunteering to join the working groups, and we're ready to take this on, which was fantastic to see. Okay, so here are the top 5 projects that the community felt the strongest about. In the order of priority, the top rated being MacTier Arena Kitchen Upgrade, followed by Pump Track at Mississippi Park, Trail Development, Ball Diamond Multi-Use Park, and Big Weekend Festival. I also want to mention that at the community meeting on 24th, we also had a chance to discuss the recreation coordinator role to better identify the programs that the community felt the strongest about, with a goal to better support the role and set them up for success. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about these projects. What are number 1? MacTier Arena Kitchen Upgrade. So what this really means is a full renovation of the 20-plus-year-old kitchen to meet today's standards, including new commercial-grade appliances, improved ventilation, expanded refrigeration and freezer space, as well as safer service layouts. Why this matters to the community? Number 1, it restores vital community programming, which enables the return of the dinners, fundraiser, cooking programs, and social events that brought residents together. Supports local groups and services such as food bank, and also strengthens the arena's role as a hub. The biggest risk, of course, allocating funds to upgrade the kitchen in an aging building that may also require broader renovations. Number 2, Pump Track at Mississippi Park. So what this is, I think one of you asked before, what Pump Track looks like. So we have an image of it here of the concept, what it would look like. So they're thinking of multi-season pump track designed for bikes and skateboards with a potential winter use as well. The project would involve redeveloping parts of Mississippi Park to include safe access through sidewalks and lighting, and could be complemented by amenities such as washrooms, small canteen, and a basic repair station. Community members also discussed hosting competitions and creating a space that could draw youth from nearby towns. Now, why this matters? It supports youth, health, and community connection, and also builds regional profile and visitation. Biggest risk is a high cost. And then we have trail development, project number 3. So what this one is, it's basically a vision for a multi-kilometer, multi-use trail network for walking, cycling, and seasonal activities, such as cross-country skiing. Proposed elements include a south side trail connection, often referred to as Mosquito Trail, improved links through town, and safe routes between key destinations such as the lake, Mississippi Park, and the Works Yard area. Why this matters? Of course, improves health and everyday mobility, builds community connection and pride, and supports tourism and economic activity. As for the biggest risks is securing permission from a private landowners to develop and access the trail. The 4th one on the list is Ball Diamond Multi-Use Park. Initially, when we talked about these projects, it was called Swapping Mississippi Park for a Ball Diamond, and that particular project had a highest cost. So when the community saw it on January 24th, they wanted to redefine this particular project. So what did they mean by Ball Diamond Multi-Use Park? So the concept includes adding year-round washrooms, sidewalks and walking paths, a running track, and improved lighting and electrical connections for events and evening use. Some of the additional features that they talked about is including a basketball net, golf driving net, and a small performance stage to support concerts and community gatherings. Why that matters to the community: it creates a central year-round gathering space, expands recreation and safe access, and strengthens community life and downtown activity. For the risks that are included under this project, the first that comes to mind is the soil that may not be supporting the substantial infrastructure, as the land is designated for drainage. Voter number 5 is Big Weekend Festival. So the concept for this one is a 3-day festival over the August long weekend, featuring a wide range of activities such as volleyball tournaments, regatta, bouncy castles, live music, and so on. There were many other creative ideas. And really, why this matters to the community is it builds community identity and connection. It supports local businesses and tourism, and creates inclusive and family-friendly experiences. The biggest risk for this project is securing insurance coverage for a large community festival, which may be complex and costly. Okay, now let's compare how council prioritized these projects in January with limited information, and see if there's any alignment with what community wanted. So as you can see, we have 3 shared priorities: trail development, arena kitchen upgrade, and a big weekend festival. And it's really great to see these, and this could perhaps be the place to start. Okay, so now let's talk money. So to realize any of these projects, we need budget. As we have heard yesterday, the township has limited reserves, with MacTier arena maintenance being the biggest cost to the capital budget in 2026, which will likely increase if we keep the status quo, leaving barely any funds to do anything else. So if these projects are to proceed at the will of the council, they will heavily need to rely on other alternative funding sources, such as community resources, grants, sponsorships, partnerships, and so on, and also phasing over several years. After hearing yesterday's report specifically around the recommendation to significantly reduce arena maintenance costs through arena renovation or building it from ground up, with community needs in mind, community felt encouraged seeing that recommendations are including engagement with MacTier community to clearly identify services and programming. This report also made community realize that building a brand new kitchen in the aging building may not represent the best long-term economic solution, and reducing the maintenance cost of the arena would replenish the township reserves over time, creating greater financial flexibility to possibly support future community identified projects. Now, because the arena functions as a central community hub in MacTier, it represents a critical element of the broader MacTier refresh initiative. And as such, the refresh process cannot be finalized until council determines whether the arena should be renovated or replaced. For this reason, the community is recommending that the MacTier refresh be aligned with arena determination project, including the engagement of the consultant to assess options for meeting identified community needs through either renovation or building a new one. Integrating these 2 projects would allow for coordinated planning, reduce duplication of effort, and ensure that decisions regarding the arena are made within broader context of MacTier, longer context of MacTier's revitalization efforts. Also, this coordinated approach is expected to improve both project efficiency and overall outcome for the community. Hence, this way, we are meeting our overarching goal, which is honoring the community's vision while ensuring the township only commits the projects it can responsibly operate and maintain over long term. Now let's look at the project costs, which we have shared with you in January meeting. As you can see, these are rather illustrative ranges, I would say, based on typical municipal experiences, and are meant to give committee a sense of scale rather than firm estimates. For some of these projects, these estimates were really difficult to put a number on, as more scoping is needed. But what we wanted to show you here is that aside from installation costs, we need to look at the unassumed hidden costs, and they need to be taken into considerations without a doubt. So these include maintenance, insurance, and legal costs, life cycle replacement, additional FTEs, possible land purchasing, and also lease agreements. And the actual figures, of course, would depend on the final scope and the design, and it would be confirmed through township risk management and insurers before any project could proceed. So these costs are not something we could compile in a couple of weeks. A proper cost assessment, once projects are fully scoped, would be developed with a phased approach, likely with options A and B, one being inclusive of all the things, while the other would be a lower cost, or options with a different configuration at a comparable cost. And in my recent consultation with staff, it was agreed that for costing development phase, staff is at capacity, and an external consultant would be required to do a thorough cost assessment, risk and mitigation strategies, and to further investigate feasibility of these projects. Of course, in collaboration with a project working group, which have been established, and MacTier's Community Development Association team that have made quite a progress, I would say, since January meeting and in compiling the information needed to do this costing. Okay, now let's look at the major risk associated with these projects. I just want to quickly mention a few that were top of mind, I would say. Starting with aging arena building, high capital costs, private land for trails, drainage issues, and insurance for the festival. To address these risks, one may propose early technical assessments, collaboration with township staff, phased implementation, and grant-funded approaches. There are probably many other risks that I have not included in this slide, but the biggest risk of all for us is community trust. Why? So for a small, engaged community like MacTier, especially one that has invested significant time in workshops, surveys, as I said, showing up at -30 degrees and volunteering in working groups, community trust is often the single most critical success factor in a long-term planning process like Refresh MacTier. When people step forward like that, expectations naturally occur. So what we should do, right, to maintain and ensure we got to trust with the community. Number one is clear and transparent communication, engaging with MacTier Community Development Association team and working groups in the process, demonstrating some early wins, showing phase delivery and being able to track some of the progress, regular updates, and as well as visible council involvement. So in the blue box, I highlighted to the right, I highlighted few examples on how the township is demonstrating that they're listening and they're building that trust with the community. So first, for the four projects the community has identified in October workshop, the budget was already approved, and these will begin in 2026, which is really good to see. These include 1/3 of recreational coordinator role, sidewalk improvements, electronic signboard, and a beach cleanup. In addition, councilors Pretko and Bocek have been a part of the community-led workshops and supported the facilitation of these and participated in the discussion, which community greatly appreciated. And lastly, community has been given an opportunity to further investigate these projects because they, of all, will be the best source of information and are super eager to lead these efforts. As we are talking about a trust, how are the working groups helping, right, supporting this initiative? So some of the key expectations of the working groups to support this project are through refining the scope and outcomes, identifying partners and resources, talking to the people in the community who own businesses and equipment and who are willing to volunteer or provide a discount on the costs to implement these projects. Of course, understanding the budgetary restrictions, knowing the limitations and planning around it, developing some funding options, and flagging risks. I must say that some of these working groups in the last couple of weeks have made significant progress in collecting information, specifically around kitchen upgrade and trails development, which will support the next phase of this work. And with information collected, we are already cutting costs to the project for the work that would typically be delegated to the consultants. So kudos to these groups. So what's ahead of us for the next steps? So we will be working closely with the working groups to further refine the projects and gather necessary information as well as with the township to ensure the feasibility. Senior leadership will have an opportunity to discuss the next steps and financial implication with the community, I believe tomorrow. And then we will be in a good shape to start drafting the plan in collaboration with a working group, MacTier Community Development Association team, and the township, which will also include all the feedback gathered to date. And then the final plan will be then presented to the council for approval March 9th. And then we will wrap up with a town hall presentation of the final plan to the community. And I'm going to stop here and I'm going to open the floor for discussion. And thank you all for listening.
All right, thank you. Ms. Schneier, any follow-up comments before I turn it over to council?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do want to clarify that it is tomorrow that we will be meeting with members of the community to discuss the financials that are before you today in the report. And I strongly urge council to take a good look at these financials when helping us to decide where you want us to move forward. I think that probably is where we are at. We are looking forward to the opportunity to come back and speak in front of you again on the 9th of March with a final plan. And if it's the will of council, we're looking forward to hearing direction today.
All right, thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So just a couple of thoughts and comments that I'd like to add to the presentation. I do want to thank really all of the community members who have been participating for coming on 5 months now with their ideas and their dedication to making their community one that they want to live in for the rest of their lives. And what I think is key to the items that they've prioritized, they are looking to make and continue to make MacTier a vibrant community that has growth potential and will attract young families. So they are really very concerned about the aging population of MacTier, and some of these ideas like the trails development, the pump track, the festival and the other ballpark considerations are all with the mind to engage the youth and attract families, not just to live there, but to visit there for the day. And they're looking to make the businesses more vibrant as well. So I think everybody in the town is aware of the cost implications of what they are coming up with. And I think there's a lot of hopes that this can be staged and phased over a period of time, and there's grants that could be available, and that the work that they're doing is sustainable from an FTD and you know, maintenance upkeep perspective. Insurance for the big festival has been identified as a risk, and I'm hoping that the Honeybee Festival would be a good template for what the township would need to understand for what would be required in MacTier. And one of the things I think that is also key, and it's highlighted, but it's not really very, I think the importance of it isn't really visible, is that understanding the land, the soil issues, the drainage issues that exist in MacTier would have a huge bearing on executing on these ideas. And right now we don't know what the soil conditions are and what would be suitable. So I know we have immediate projects like the playground equipment that needs to be reinstalled, and we're waiting for spring to help identify the proper locations for that. But we also have potential asset projects in the future for combining the fire hall and the works building, which again might change the landscape of land that's available in MacTier, and would that have an impact on this this master plan that they're looking to build? And the other thing that I think we also need to keep in mind is there are district follow-ups that we need to be able to have. The district has indicated through casual conversations that they are doing work with trailheads and joining different types of trail initiatives with roads, and this might be an opportunity, what MacTier is suggesting, that they could provide assistance in and use other pilot projects that they have ongoing. So I'm hoping as we get to the end of this project, we'll be inviting districts back to MacTier to engage with things that they're responsible for and can help fully realize some of the vision that the people in MacTier are coming up with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Predko, through you, Chair. Couple of comments. I do recall the charrettes that happened in 2010 and was fortunate enough to be on staff at the time, and am incredibly cognizant of trying to create a plan that will have some early wins, or as the cliche is, low-hanging fruit for the community of MacTier. And in preparation for this, my colleague and I did walk through the MacTier arena, and we did have a conversation with a funder about the replacement of the kitchen. That can still be on the table. The problem that we have, Your Worship, is do we spend the money, because it wouldn't be 100% funding, rehabilitating a kitchen if we don't have council's direction about what will ultimately happen to the building, be it yesterday's facilities report or a year ago's GHG report or our finance department's asset management plan, of which all three plans need to be reviewed in order to have a clearer picture. We want to be able to support the community. We're hearing that the kitchen is a priority. We do believe that we would be successful in a grant that does not have any promises to it. We would have to come to you for a resolution for that. You would have to make some financial commitments to that. We're delighted that the community has a subcommittee that they would be able to design the kitchen how they want it. After all, it's their kitchen. That makes great sense to me. The cog in the wheel is what to do next. And do we go ahead and renovate a building that is going to be deemed something surplus, not a community asset, something you can see I'm tiptoeing around a fearful discussion about a building that I just don't know the answers to. So ultimately, this is a perfect example of where staff are really at an impasse as to how we can support the community.
Thank you. Councilor Predko, you want a quick follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, and I think the people on the committee are aware that there are other issues to do with the arena that have to be resolved as part of this. And the MCDA and the community group has indicated that they want to join the master plan project with the arena reconsider like development discussions, because it does have to be combined. So they have made that kitchen a high priority, and I think that's more illustrative of the community centered needs that's part of the arena that they see that is part of their hub, and as we have conversations about the arena and what to do, I think we need to keep this in mind, that there's a very important aspect of the kitchen and the community gathering potential at that location.
Your worship, I just want to clarify that I nor any member of the senior team can make this decision independent, as it really ultimately is the will of council as to what to do next.
Councillor Bochek, please.
Well, thank you, and through you, your mayor. I did have 5 questions, but 4 3/4 of them have been asked and answered already. So I'll just touch on a couple briefly. When we talked about funding, I also have spoken to the district about some funding for some certain projects. I'm just wondering, through our economic development strategies, if we would reach out to the province for grant funding as well too. That would be my first question.
To your worship, that is the funding that we are that we've had a walkthrough of the building with. It's called NOHFC. The municipality has to be the lead applicant. We have met with their representative who's seen the kitchen, and we have had good words. We couldn't be in a better position to have had the opportunity to have a funder walk through our community. We spent a lot of time in the MacTier arena. That does not mean that it's 100% funding. That does not mean that I would absolutely have to come to council again for a resolution to apply for and accept funds. Absolutely. But ultimately, I need to get direction from council if that is what your will is.
Okay, thank you for that. And my second, well, not really a question, more of a statement, is MacTier is always going to need a community hub. Whether that community hub is in the existing building that it's in now, where the kitchen is housed now, or it'll be a different building where the kitchen could be moved into that different building. And I think we have to look at the arena as 2 separate assets. We have the community hub, and then we have the arena, and we don't have to have both together. So we could do work on the community hub portion of this, and then make a decision on what we're going to do with the arena portion of this in the future, whether we're going to convert it into an outdoor arena, whether we're going to convert it into an artificial ice surface, whether we're going to remote move it. But I think the kitchen will always be used no matter what happens to the arena portion of this, as opposed to the community hub portion of this. And I don't know if that can be something that can be explained to our funders or not.
Through your worship, ultimately, it is what you want me to do in terms of going forward with this application. I agree with you, Councillor Bochek, through you, the chair, that a kitchen can be relocated if that is the case. Staff are not trying to put a cog in the wheel. We just need direction from council.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, again, I'm going to be referencing questions that have been pre-drafted to mitigate any implied intent. Ms. Vukic-Doucette, and I want to say thank you for the report. It's been very thorough. Hopefully my accent in pronouncing your last name was appropriate there. So there, you touched on something that I think I want to build and develop on, which is community trust, and how important community trust is in this whole entire process. My understanding, based on what I've seen to date, and forgive me, I haven't been a participant in all of this, but the way that I've perceived it so far has been essentially we've received community input. The consultant, specifically your office, has analyzed and provided synthesis and has presented to both council and senior management staff some options, collected our options through a form of surveys, and here we are. There was, and forgive me, but I'd recently received an email outlining some concerns with regards to meetings and visibility. And we are also here today having a conversation absent of the community, and through no fault of councils. This is not by design, rather just by way of timing. But I think it would be appropriate to perhaps have them present. And we've heard from a fellow councillor that perhaps they wanted to be here to witness today's conversation. So I wonder, first and foremost, whether or not any decision or will of council today may be delayed until perhaps we have some more information as to whether the local community wishes to participate in this. But to that point, I am under the understanding, based on what I've read or heard here today, that perhaps council is being asked to receive this report and provide direction absent public validation. And I want to make sure that the community of MacTier ultimately has a final say on what council may essentially move forward with. I'd like their input. So I'd love to have council, if we can, present our final decisions, bring that back to the community for consultation, and then finally pass it. Because again, the community trust is, as you've identified, a major pillar here, and something, a factor of concern and consideration. I do have some questions specifically around that. So I have 3 questions and then a request to staff, if I can, specifically our finance team. And my questions are, while I appreciate the extensive consultation undertaken, can staff perhaps clarify how the MacTier community will be involved in reviewing and responding to the final options before council makes any decisions on priority, scope, and or funding? So I understand there will be a public discussion tomorrow, but will they be presented with our final decision here today and run it by them before we conclude with the final vote? So over to you.
Okay, so this first one is for me, right?
It's to staff. So
Okay, so
time and
through you,
invite.
Chair, we do not have a formal process to necessarily report back of the findings of today's meeting, but we do know that it is recorded and we will provide links to the community to review it. There also are a significant amount of people in the online gallery right now watching this. We have been very, very transparent with the entire community and the consulting team that these last 2 days, including today, are very important for the future of decision making for Refresh MacTier. So hopefully, and I can see from the gallery that there are quite a few people here, which of course I'm delighted about. The concern about your timing, we do have to have this completed by March 31st. So tomorrow we are meeting with the community. I am sure that we are going to touch on some of the issues that were brought forward today. And then there is not at this point another formal community meeting. There is, however, a subcommittee that was created to help the consultant make sure that the priorities that the community wants are identified. The community has already seen your rankings that you did as council.
And that was going to be my second question with respect to the conversations and consultations that perhaps happened without or absent visibility, specifically the SMT team, discussions with our consultant and with council. Has that data been made public to the community so they can understand what and how, through some kind of distillation process, we've come to make the decisions? Were the questions?
Yes, it was in a slide that was presented at the last community consultation. The senior management decisions or comments aren't relevant to ultimately this decision because it's your will. So we went through the exercise as a learning exercise more to be able to understand what the community wants, to be able to assess the finances associated to it, but ultimately our ranking is a moot point.
Understood. I appreciate that. My last question before I present my request it kind of touches on something that I had built on yesterday with regards to social, the social impacts that our decisions make versus the economic impacts. And so will the final staff report clearly show the trade-offs between community priorities, long-term operating costs, capital requirements, and potential impacts specifically around taxes, so residents can understand the implications of the different choices. So will that come by way of the final report?
Yes, absolutely. This is where we are at. We don't know what to put on our blank slate in terms of what we have. We have identified to you in this report what the financial situation is. We have broken it down even by community, and we have presented this information to you. If you give us, or when you give us direction today, we'll be able to take that information and identify what that would mean for the tax base for item 1, 2, 3, 4, or all 5. And that's exactly where we're at. You hit it on the head, Councillor Graziano.
Great. My last request, if I can, to our finance team is perhaps in advance of the report or in parallel to the report, our finance team can suffice it that it's not too much to request and it's going to impact your timelines. I'm assuming Toot Suite might be able to, or total, what is it? Town Suite. Thank you. Town Suite might be able to help with this. I am going to request some data, if I can, to help me better understand the overall impacts that it will have to our municipality collectively at the macro level, not at the micro level. Is that I'm looking for the information specifically around the total amount of investment dollars allocated towards the social asset / infrastructure spend versus the taxes collected within that each 4 quadrants. By way of percentage within each respective community, and how that compares to the same amount of percentages relative to the other wards in the municipality that we have spent towards social asset spending. So again, what I'm, just to simplify, if I may, is I'm looking to understand how much we've spent in each quadrant of our 4 wards over the last 5 years by way of percentage of asset spend to revenue collected within that quadrant. To get a general understanding of whether or not we have been balanced for the municipality. Is this a possible, is this information possible?
Through you, Mayor MacTier, to Councillor Graziano. Honestly, anything is possible. It's just not, it's not something that we could easily gather through Town Suites. We don't break out expenses by ward or quadrant. We have staff, and the staff are broken out by departments. So although, let's say, for example, the arena, we don't allocate my salary, HR salary to it. So we have an overhead cost that there would be existing that we could allocate whichever way we might like to, but there's no easy way to go about gathering this information. It'd be something that would take quite a long time to gather, and at the end of the day may not satisfy what you're actually looking for based on how we allocate our overhead costs. But ultimately, the arena is our biggest asset. We can confirm we do spend the most amount of time, majority of our capital expenditures are within the arena, and I think that was presented yesterday as part of the facility condition assessment audit. And I think that is the best way to look at it, is in terms of what are our most costly assets and what do we foresee needing repairs or rehabilitation within the future.
Sorry, and I appreciate the response. For a matter of clarity, I'm simply seeking at the total investment dollars in assets, not in overhead costs. So what have we invested dollar-wise in social assets, like developing, new facilities or anything along those lines within the last 5 years? I'm curious to know what our spend is by way of percentage relative to all the other wards. And it's just information for me because I think it's important to better understand how much we're going to be allocating in this particular endeavor versus what other communities have also received previously. So
Through you, Mayor Couture, to Councillor Graziano, if that's the will of council, we can definitely prepare something like that for staff. We haven't contemplated preparing that type of information currently as we are undergoing our audit, but it's something we can add to our task list if that's what council wishes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for that report. I don't know if any of you know this character. I hate to be like her, but her name is Debbie Downer. And Debbie Downer is can be rather negative, and I'm not trying to be negative, but I do feel that we need to face reality. Can we afford any of this? Is the question, given our current financial situation. It's a big question, and there's also a reality check, and that is that in both North America and worldwide, there's outmigration of youth from small towns and hamlets, and I think it's a reality. The work is elsewhere. It's in the closer to the larger urban centers, and unfortunately, that's what's happening right across North America for sure. We see it in many different communities. So I just caution us to think about that and maybe deal with reality. The only other, so I'm making some comments here, and they are things like there are not only these expenses here, but there are huge legacy costs that go with any of these projects. Is there going to be any volunteer work from the working group? And what I mean by that is physical work, maybe even cleaning up beaches or whatever it happens to be. Where's the contribution? At least that should be evaluated, but I'm not necessarily picking any project one or the other. I'm just saying I'm not sure we can afford to do much of this at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you to the mayor, to our director of sustainability. In the report that we were given, it states under analysis and options that staff were advised the community committee who is working with Quarry Consulting would not like to have these costs and expenditures presented to the community. It's an interesting statement considering it's on a public document. And I am curious to know, given that there's an impetus to make sure everything we do is transparent with regards to those working with the committee, with this group, and with Quarry, how that statement fits in, and is it necessary, or what are we going to do there?
Through your worship, it was a very difficult statement to write in the report, but I had to be forthright with the information that we were facing when dealing with this particular report. We provided the consultant the information that is in your report verbatim. It was presented, and correct me if I'm wrong or if I misspeak at any time, Vanya, but it is my understanding that the consultant met with the leads of the community, and it was decided at that time that these financial discussions would not be had prior to or at the meeting in January for fear that it would thwart the intentions of the meeting and perhaps even in a railway town, I can't even believe I'm going to say this, derail the meeting because the focus would shift to a completely different discussion. So we had to honor that because ultimately community consultation has to be the priority here because it's the community of MacTier making recommendations for the community. However, we have provided at a staff level feedback continually to the consultant that we absolutely must discuss the financial situation around the community of MacTier, that it is 63% of the total capital expenditures of the entire municipality, and that we cannot, as staff, make any further recommendations without having that discussion. And that decision was honored post-report. We are having that meeting with key community members, the consultant, and members of our senior team, for which this information is relevant to tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So we're hopeful that after today's meeting, yesterday's meeting, that we'll be able to have very clear transparency on the financial realities. So that's why the statement was made, because it was true.
But that was just prior to the public meeting in January, correct? I mean, that post-meeting is abundantly obvious now that the public, presumably any public listening in on this conversation, must be or will want to be aware of any costs that were not made available to the working group back in January. Is that right?
No, through you, Chair, that information was provided to the working group in advance, and it was the decision of the working group to not share it with the residents in MacTier in January.
In January. So it'd be abundantly available to them now.
Oh, absolutely. It's on public record now, and tomorrow we're going to be able to dissect the information at a curated level between our Director of Finance and supporting staff as we look at these realities that are before us.
Yeah, no, I was just seeking clarification on that one statement in the report. Thank you. I do have one other question, Mr. Mayor, if that's all right. And that's with regards to funding. We mentioned that there's a possibility of funding, but do we have any idea how much funding might be available? I'm thinking Trillium, I'm thinking of FedNor, I don't know what other sources are available, but are there, I think we got funding for the Honeybee Festival initially, did we not? We've had ongoing funding for that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. The Honeybee Festival did receive NOHFC funding. That would be for festival funding. We did actually bring the same funder through the building. That would be the first application we would apply for. We can stack it with the Trillium Foundation. But we have spoken to FedNor, and they are not interested in moving forward with a kitchen renovation at this time.
So one last question, Mr. Mayor, if that's all right, be quick.
Please go ahead.
That's insurance. Again, I know it's come up. The insurance issue, I think Councilor Predko mentioned this as well, but we have insurance for the Honeybee Festival, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct, Councillor. We do have insurance for the Honeybee Festival because the Honeybee Festival has been declared by Council as an event of municipal significance. So we would have to do the same thing for any events that occur in MacTier. It would be the will of Council. Staff could present this to you for sure.
I would think with the size of MacTier and its importance as part of our municipality, that would something be what we would want to do. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Predko, I'm going to skip over you and complete the first round before we go to you. So I'm going to Councilor Hazelton.
So exciting. Can I ask Vanya to put up the slide deck again? You had some slides. Some of them was talking about some of the investments, I think, regarding the kitchen and other things. But we didn't have that information in our package, so.
Sure.
I can circulate the PowerPoint
It, would this be it?
Okay. So, and I'm going to bounce around a little bit with my questions, but I'm going to offer a comment here. 80 to 250K for a kitchen. I'll offer that in Honey Harbor, we built a community center. We had a kitchen designed. We abandoned the kitchen because we felt that the strategy should be support local vendors. And for that kind of investment and consumption of geography in a building, you can support an enormous number of local merchants who could provide meals and other things in the kitchen. So I'm not sure that that
is something that we would want to consider. But let me kind of come back to, I have another specific question, maybe you have the answer to it. What is the permanent population of MacTier and what is the seasonal population of MacTier?
So my understanding is it's very low. We are looking at 500 local residents, more or less, with seasonal residents being the largest population that would come during the summer season and enjoy the community, live and use services and programs of MacTier. So
what would that number be?
I would not know for the seasonal residents.
Sorry,
I don't have questions.
What I'm trying to do here is and I want to actually compliment my my neighboring councillor here, Councillor Graziano, asking for data. Because it's hard to make decisions if you don't have the data. And one of the things that I think we all want to do is focus on, fairness across the township. And I think we can, instantly identify that MacTier has this, whatever the right label is, this massively expensive arena. And yeah, it is being used for things. I heard other councillors suggest that there are other ways of having a community hub. I would actively support that. I remember several terms ago, I was shocked that somebody was suggesting they sell the arena and turn it into a grow op. I now understand what that motivation was, because it's an albatross around our neck right now. And I'm not sure that we could ever afford it. But let me shift a little bit then, if I could. One of the things that we've seen elsewhere in the township is when people want things, there is a community fundraising opportunity to raise a bunch of funds. We saw that in Honey Harbor, where half the cost of the pickleball courts were raised through community funding. So I'm wondering, sadly, with the small population, it probably is very difficult to do that, but that's certainly something that I would want to be seeing is what is a community doing to raise funds from their side to be able to do or consider some of these things. I heard the concept of grants. And I tell you, after the experience we've had with the Port of Honey Harbor and now being saddled with $200,000 a year in maintenance accumulation fees, I'm not sure grants are really what they are all chalked up to be. So it scares the hell out of me that we are that we would want to consider grants for some things, that assets that would then saddle us with huge future costs. So I think we want to kind of do a double take every time we hear the word grant. Just again, transitioning, if I may, I'm now fortunately at the age where I get to go to my grandchildren's hockey games. And I'm thoroughly enjoying that experience. But what I'm also observing is that down in the greater GTA, the arenas that are being built, not the old ones, but the new ones, are privately funded, business sponsored opportunities for massive publicity. And I'm wondering, once again, what opportunities have been pursued for MacTier to leverage that kind of strategy, because certainly that is something that is taking place down in the GTA. So just to kind of wrap it up, community hub, absolutely support it. This massive expense that we are dealing with the arena, I think that it needs to find a way to be checked out of our ownership and moved on, because I don't think we can afford that kind of investment. I don't see kitchens being a key need with a community hub. I think that supporting area service vendors is probably the right strategy. So I think we've got a long way to go here before I could see anything that I could support. But that's my opinions at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions. Director Schneier, you said that this project must be completed by March 31st. What does completed actually mean?
Mr. Chair, this project completed means that the report is complete. So we've heard feedback today from various councillors of further information that is needed. We can provide that information to you with respect to financials or future costing or insurance or potential fundraising that we can at this time. But FedNor does require a final report presented to you by March 31st. So we're coming forward on the 9th of March.
So the report can be completed, but doesn't mean the projects have to be.
Absolutely not.
Because
we're not
reason
buying a kitchen by March 9th.
No, but the reason I ask is, for instance, one of the slides that we saw today said something about meeting with the community to discuss the future of the arena. I paraphrase, but that's basically what it said. Do we have to have a decision on the arena by March 31st, or do we have to have a recommendation that consultation with the community continues?
Through your worship, I think the best way to look at this is, unless this is the will of council that you're going to make a decision today about the future of the arena, that's a big ask. We're not there today. What we're looking at today is some direction for some of this low-hanging fruit with respect to, should we move forward with an early win for the community and consider a kitchen, or should we pause accept the report as is and wait until 2027 for budget implications? We can present all of that to you. Tomorrow we are meeting for the first time with the community to discuss the finances. I hope that it will be a factual discussion. The struggle is that there's a lot of emotion about this community hub, and we are really wanting to have a very pragmatic conversation so that when we come to you in March, we have united clarity on what the costing is. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, sort of. But to me, I mean, I was frustrated that the finances weren't being discussed by the community earlier, because in all fairness, a lot of this comes down to money.
Mm-hmm.
I absolutely appreciate the social impact and the community support and all that sort of stuff. But there's only so much money, and regardless of how much we do or don't get from funding sources and how much we do or don't get from our taxpayers, financial decisions must be made. And that's what you're effectively asking council to do, is make financial decisions. To me, and one example, that the arena, we must make decisions. That arena is going to require significant investment over the next half dozen years. And we have to decide, we mean the community at large, the township and the council that represents that township have to decide how we best use that money. Do we use that money to basically create a refurbished, refreshed, reawakened arena with modern, up-to-date ice-making capabilities, with structure that our engineers won't be nervous to stand under? One option. Other option, do we just raise the whole darn building and start from scratch somewhere else? There's a whole range of options, but it comes down to dollars and cents. So to me, one of the questions that I think is extremely important is, and I heard and I apologize which counselor it was, so I do apologize, but can we look at that arena in 2 or 3 pieces? Like, for instance, where the kitchen is, that's that front section of the building. Is it structurally sound? If we ripped off the ice rink and everything else, is that section, these are the kind of questions that we need answered before we can evaluate the options for that land and building. And I don't think that was going to be in front of us by March 9th.
You're absolutely not. That is
So-
100% correct. So if this is what you want from us, we do not have the staff capacity to do this. March 9th, April 9th, May 9th, we would hire a consultant to come in and do the strategic analysis of that portion of the building versus this portion of the building, because we need somebody neutral to provide us with this information based on the reports that we have. We have 3 reports. We have a GHG study, we have a facility structural study, and we have our asset management plan.
Yeah, and they all highlight the fact that one heck of a lot of money has to be poured into this building.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think I can say that fairly.
Yeah.
But they
Ultimately,
don't answer whether that's worth it. And we in this room, as well as everybody from MacTier, have to decide, is that money worth it? We can't, and this is where I'm frustrated, and I apologize for my frustration, but we can't make that decision in February, March, April, because it's not fully informed or yet or fully discussed. So therefore, I'm saying, what are we actually doing on March 9th? We're receiving a report that has quite well, I think, summarized what the community wishes, but it's not making a decision. And I don't think we can make all of, we might make, you know, you could in isolation say, should we create a pump track for $500,000, up to $500,000?
Mr. Chair, in 2010, 2011, we were faced with the exact same situation that we are faced with today. A master design build was created that was ratified by the council at the time. It was full of community information and ideas of how the community saw their community grow. And ultimately, very little has been done with that report. One, because there is not the critical mass in MacTier to accommodate these expenses. And 2, there's not private funding that would be able to support it. So ultimately, it would come back to the municipality to pay for these items. And the municipality has been paying a lot of money to hold an arena that is operating at 6% capacity. We are again at this situation where we are going to present to you a report half finished, 3/4 of the way finished today with community consultation. And again on March 9th with a resolution that will likely say something like, you accept this report and that you encourage staff to move forward to the next step, which I suspect would be to evaluate the specific arena asset, because the messaging that we are hearing is that you can keep the arena and keep these expenses, but you can't then turn around and ask for more infrastructure because there's not enough money in the budget, and the tax rate would go extremely high if we did add these things. And there's also legacy costs, and there's maintenance costs, and there is like there's all of these costs. Right, like,
Yeah,
so I don't want a situation again where we are in 2010, 2011.
No, I think that what we as council should commit to doing is before the end of this term, make a decision on the future of that arena building. I don't think we're going to, I mean, I can make a decision right now, but it's not a fully informed one. And I don't want to do that. And it won't be fully informed next month. And I think if the report comes in front of us with these various recommendations and next steps, okay, fine. But to me, the number one decision that has to be made about MacTier financially, the number one decision above all else combined is what's the future of that arena property. And to me, we have not completed the work we needed. We got lots more information than we've had before, and I think that's very valuable. But we have to decide what we're going to do with the arena, and I think part of the complication right now is that we're being asked to receive a final report, in which the arena is discussed, but it's not concluded. And so that's my confusion. And CO Mariotti, I'm going to turn it over to you at this point.
Good morning, Mayor Graziano and committee. I want to be clear. The presentation of the report next month is not the end. It's just the beginning. We used the funding that we're able to achieve from the government to help facilitate the seeding of a process. What has come to light fortuitously is the results of the facility conditions assessment report, and that really is and some members of committee are asking for data. That the data was provided yesterday. It was a lot of information, but members can look at that in due course. But gives council over the course of the next 15 years how much all our facilities are costing. And you're absolutely right, Matt Kutsia. The arena is integral to how we build out the future of MacTier. So it really is. March is just the beginning of an ongoing process, because there are so many different pieces that have to fall in together. We can't just go ahead and let's build a pump track and not consider where that would go and how it would integrate with the rest of the MacTier community. And this is going to take months and months and months.
Ms. Bradshaw, we don't normally get people to speak to us from the public at this stage of our discussions, but I'm going to make an exception. And I'd like to hear your input before we start a second round with council, please.
I greatly appreciate that, Mayor. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak this morning. I just want to support Jennifer and Vanya and the report they've put forward, asking that we continue to consult with the community on the arena. The recommendation, I believe, is to hire a single consultant to come in and devise the needs of the community versus what is in the arena right now. What does the community actually need? What can 500 people actually support? Or how many other people can be supported outside the 500 that live here if we do X with the arena? So my understanding is that today's report is to agree that further investigation is required. We all agree that the arena is the anchor. Whether it's around your neck or not is another question, but there is an anchor and the community wants to address it very much. And we want to move forward in a positive way with all the input that has been brought today. So I see this as a very positive step forward, and we can move forward by accepting this report today and saying, yes, let's get some answers on what is going to happen to that arena, and the town needs to be involved. The community needs to be involved. 100%.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to make one other comment and then turn it over to Councillor Predko. And that additional comment is, I think one of the things we have to recognize is that MacTier is a hub for the area that includes Township of the Archipelago, Seguin and Muskoka Lakes, as well as Moose Deer Point. And I think if going forward, one of the considerations we have to take in is whether or not any of those communities would be able to make a contribution towards facilities that they might use themselves. And I don't know which particular facilities or what it'll look like, but I think that has to be on our list of considerations as we go forward. Is, we know that of the many people who attended these meetings, they weren't all residents of the Township of Georgian Bay, but yet they're valuable members of the MacTier community. With that, Councillor Predko, you've been very patient, but back to you.
No, thank you. Some of my comments are again, maybe going to be a little bit of a carryover from now other comments, and I've just been writing down some notes. Obviously, community, and I think Councillor Graziano had brought up, community involvement, and I had hope that Ms. Bradshaw would comment on the fact that the community considers itself, I think, well engaged with the township staff and community and up to date on I think what the funding and what the conversation issues are. In the report today, there is a capital summary of expenses in MacTier for 2026, and I just did want to point out that of that $921,000, I believe about $430,000 of that are projects that have carried over from previous years that are being spent in 2026. So while in 2026, 63% is taking place in MacTier, that's not necessarily the case because some of these projects didn't happen. And I think if you looked at other years, it would not be the same perspective. But Ms. Engel is going to disagree with me on that fact.
Through you, Mayor Coetsier, due to change in staffing and onboarding, a number of projects have carried forward throughout the township. So yes, that dollar value may be multi-year projects, but we have the same thing everywhere in the township. So that portion that is being allocated to MacTier is based on what's currently identified, including the carry forward, excluding those items that can't be dedicated specifically to one area, such as roads and equipment.
Okay, fair enough. I will let it stand that some of these are long-standing projects that have moved forward. But the other topic of sponsorship, which I think is a really important thing that for the township to move forward with, at some point I did have a motion in the first year of council to look at naming rights and sponsorships, but that never went forward. And I'd have to look at the resolution tracker as to why we didn't continue looking at a policy or a bylaw to enact some of those things and pursue that more aggressively. But I would hope that in the future, as we're trying to fund and maintain some of these assets, we do get sponsorships and we do get partnerships that will help us maintain them going forward. And in the arena discussions with the community, and just to point out, so some of the reasons why it didn't get full, I think it was well explained that it would derail the conversation, but that was partially because we didn't have all of the information. The report that came to council yesterday, and it was not made public at the time of the meeting in January. And if it was within a day or two of the release of the agenda. So I think there was a reluctance to get distracted by something that was just emerging, and this conversation that had gone on started in September, and they were trying to continue the process as they had begun it, and the idea was always to incorporate the arena issues with whatever the results were. So on the 23rd of February, the MacTier Arena Committee has invited the MCDA to participate and start the conversation about understanding really what the issues are with the maintenance for the arena and steps that we need to take going forward and options to try to come to a resolution where we can get to something that is economically feasible for the long term. So I don't think the community is shying away from it. It's just really trying to manage the timing of reports that are coming public in the township and continuing an existing process that I think they were trying to continue. So I think those are, and I think everybody realizes the scope and of what is being envisioned. I think everybody's trying to figure out how to make some of these things realistic and figure out how they are possible. So I think if they didn't start a little bit optimistic, I think we wouldn't have a new plan going forward. So I think we need to respect the vision for the people who live in the community. They want to maintain a vibrant and growing community as best we can within our resources. So I'm hopeful we can continue getting this forward and getting a vision plan that isn't completely buttoned down in terms of how it's all funded, but at least it gets ideas on the table that people are working towards for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. No real questions here, but I just wanted to relay that back in the very beginning, the onset of all this, there was maybe a dozen or eight of us that gathered in a garage of a resident's home up there that kind of got this all started and moving forward. And I'm going to tell you that one of the main things that was mentioned, true or not, or whether you can take their word at bay, but they said to me that the development in both Honey Harbor and Port Severn has been steady. Well, there's been no development at all in the MacTier area. And what they said was pickleball courts in Honey Harbor were 50% sponsored privately, 50% by the township. A new kids park and playground, town docks with a boardwalk, and a new outdoor ice hockey facility. That was in Honey Harbor. In Port Severn, there was a big park with splash pad and a waterway with multiple docks, including hydro and water. And there was an upgrade to the community center with the kitchens, and also built a new outdoor rink at the community center. What they're seeing is a lot of investment in the southern part of the township and not a lot of investment in the north part of the township. That's where it started, and that's where it finished. And that's how I think we got on this roll here of what to do to make things better in the north. So for what it is, that's how all this started. Thank you.
Well, I think as the numbers show us going forward, there's going to be a heck of a lot of investment in MacTier. We just want to try to make it wise investment. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship, and through you, I have 3 questions to staff, if I may. Given the level of community interest in the future of MacTier Arena, can staff clarify whether there's a policy framework and or a willingness to explore a community-led approach that would allow MacTier residents to solicit and negotiate private or third-party funding subject to appropriate municipal oversight and council approval?
Through you, Mr. Chair, ultimately, no. The reason why,
That's fine.
because if it's a municipally owned building on municipal land, we have to be the lead applicant. What we can do is support the community's interest by encouraging them to design what it is that they would like to see, so that we can use their format to be able to go out to tender and also speak to our funders about it. But
Fair.
unless they were to be able to have private funding, but then ultimately private funding would be something that would have to come back to council again, because it's your building.
So, and I appreciate that. So essentially, what we are discussing here today is the operational costs around an arena that the MacTier residents have no control over. And my second question is going to be then, if I may, can staff outline what specific steps the township intends to take to position the MacTier Arena to attract external investment or alternative revenue sources with the objective of reducing long-term operational costs borne by the taxpayer?
To you, Mr. Chair, I think that's the role of the MAC, and I believe that Director Engel can provide some feedback as to how she has been trying to solicit that input.
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, we have tried to get sponsors in the past. There's not enough usage of the facility to attract sponsorship. I brought forth options to the committee and brought forth costing. The last meeting, it was deferred to this meeting to involve members from the MacTier Development Group, they will be in attendance, and I have reports coming forward that will cover the usage that we've seen over this winter, along with follow-up of the outcome of the report coming to council yesterday for the facility. So at this point, it's being worked on through the MacTier Arena Advisory Committee.
Thank you for that. And as the chair of the MAC, I know that there has been numerous motions brought forward that have passed MAC and brought to council that I believe have passed council. And it's been some time since I've been in the resolution tracker. I'm wondering perhaps if we can get, if staff can endeavor to provide us with a summary, if they're not already visible on the resolution tracker, to has all the resolutions that have passed MAC so far that have then come back to council and passed council. I believe within some of those resolutions, there were instructions to pursue external funding. And I'm just curious to understand and get an update on what that looks like. So MAC can then make informed decisions on a course of action that would then support the future operational costs, given that the community itself cannot endeavor to go and solicit its own agreements with third parties. General question. So that is a request. If we can get that back, full history of what we've passed so far, that'd be great. Over to you. I believe you.
I did review the outstanding resolutions and brought a report forth to MAC on the October, I believe it was the October meeting, with the outcome of those resolutions and those steps that we've taken.
Great. I'll take a look at the report again,
Okay.
just to see what's outstanding. General statement with a question, if I may, Your Worship, is that we've seemed as council to have digressed away from the task at hand today, rather reallocating our attention to one of 9 items, specifically the MacTier kitchen, which opened up a hornet's nest of conversation around the feasibility of the MacTier arena. This one of 9 has consumed the majority of today's conversation. So my question is, how do we, and this is perhaps a question to staff, intend on moving the other 8 of 9 items forward, kind of in parallel, as we perhaps park the kitchen discussion to ensure that we meet the required timelines to move this matter forward. I believe it's March was the official date, March 30th.
March 31st.
So again, let's park the contentious issue, which is the arena question. Let's move forward with the other questions around the other options. So,
Mr. Chair, that is the issue, is we can't move forward with anything until council gives us direction as to where you would like us to spend our time. That ultimately is the question. The kitchen, through you, Mr. Chair, is just one item of the low-hanging fruit. Do you want us to move forward with the kitchen? Does it make sense for council to direct staff to do that? Or we don't know. When we come back in March, it will have a summary of what the community wants, which is what staff need to present information to council. We can't make these things up. That needs to come from the community. That is what we're going to bring forward. If none of the items move forward from that report, so be it. But ultimately, I think that those items won't move forward because there won't be any money, because the arena issue won't be sorted. So we're going to come back in March with a report with as much information as we can provide from the community, because that was the terms of reference of that particular study.
if I may, Your Worship, one additional comment. And thank you, Ms. Schneer, with respect to your comments. My intent is to try to get us out of political gridlock and address the other 8 of 9 recommended options, such as a park, such as a pump track, and so on and so on. Those are not dependent on whether the arena exists in the future or not, or what manifestation the arena takes. And so I think it would be incumbent on and prudent on us to address the issues that are not relevant to the arena, and perhaps in a separate discussion, address the arena itself, which would then come back to funding on the kitchen. It seems that the kitchen was #1 according to the MacTier community, based on the surveys that we've received. So clearly there's interest in having a better kitchen to support the community within that. But if the question is around the arena and its viability and its long-term viability, then perhaps we separate that out and move forward with the other options. So my thoughts, comments. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, to clarify, there is nothing that staff can do at this time because all of the money, as we have indicated in this report, is going to arena maintenance and operations.
Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I do have a few comments, but I wanted to start with, there's been a bit of dialogue around equity of spending between communities and wards, I guess is a better way of describing it. And I just wanted to remind us all that I think equity is lovely. I can tell you that, there's been a fair bit of spending in certain of our wards, 3 of them. I can tell you about one ward where we probably get at least 25% of our tax revenue, if not more, where there's virtually nothing been spent. Ward 2. And so, this question of equity, one would wonder why the people in Ward 2 wouldn't be here with sickles and axes and so forth saying, where's our money? Well, they're not. So I just think we need to remember that there's a poor cousin that contributes a huge amount and gets very little. And I just want to remind my fellow councillors of that. But dealing with this issue, and I know that's sort of slightly off topic, but it's been raised several times. We're shooting in the dark right now, I think is sort of what, as it pertains to the arena, because we are waiting to find out extra information. I can understand that. And it would be nice to have more. I think it's probably very difficult to get some of it. But common sense says that, and it's pretty clear to me, that we should bite the bullet and close the arena, period. Common sense says that to me. And then start dealing with if we can afford to do anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis and Hazelton, do you want to be part of the second round? Because I'm going to shut this down at the end of this.
No, nothing to add. Thank you.
I just want to make a couple of comments. One in response to Councillor Graziano. For me, I have trouble considering all the other projects without considering the arena, in part because the arena, the annual costs they talk about is $640,000, of which roughly $250,000 is operation and roughly $390,000 is capital costs on average. And I looked at the kitchen upgrade, the pump track, and the weekend festival, and you add the max amounts in each of these, and you're about $800,000. And I'm thinking 1 year of arena operation would actually get us most of those projects. And I don't want to say it's one or the other, but to some degree it is, in the sense that, it's like walking into a restaurant and you have $100 to spend. You can only pick so many items from the menu. And I have trouble. I don't want to make decisions on X and Y if we haven't decided Z, and Z is the most expensive element going forward. So that's part of my thinking. But I do appreciate that this report that we were looking at today, and that what we will eventually complete next month, has been a very useful and very important step towards determining what we're going to do. And I, for one, want to see decisions made on MacTier before the end of this term as to so that we know what we're trying to achieve over the next, I'll say, couple terms of office. Here are the goals that the community wants us to address, and here's how they prioritize them. Councillor Predko, you want a final remark? I'm going to give you a final remark. It's your ward. Right. But then I'm going to call the motion.
Yep. No, just another half hour. That'll be fine.
I will cut you off.
No, all I was going to suggest is that perhaps we make a recommendation to the consultant in Ms. Schneier and the community to, in their report, modify the kitchen renovation to come up with a plan for the arena, which may include, however we want to verbiage it, community space and a revitalized kitchen, so that we are incorporating the issue of the arena in this vision, in some way, but we're respecting that the township, or the town has identified that they would like the kitchen in particular to be addressed. And we don't have the rest of the details on what to do about the rest of the building, but that is one detail we could add in. And I don't know if that is something that Ms. Schneier could take forward to the community when she's speaking with them later today and in the future.
To you, Mr. Chair, if it is the will of council for us to move forward with the kitchen, it will be an honor to be able to move forward with the kitchen. I just need your direction.
And I understand. I just want to make sure that we are also, I think, encapsulating the need to address the arena as part of this refresh plan.
To you, Mr. Chair, it would be highly recommended that we do that.
I think this, you know, the complication is, and I don't want to go into a lengthy discussion, but the complication is I think this council and the community of MacTier want a community hub. And it's easy to imagine that community hub with a kitchen. But we have to decide about the current building around that community hub and whether or not what it will look like, and whether or not the whole like I don't want to see us invest in $250,000 in a beautiful kitchen that gets torn apart in 3 years. And I think so it has to be intertwined.
That's what I'm trying to suggest.
Councillor Hazelton.
So thank you for asking earlier about my comments, but I'm adamant that there should be no expenditure in a kitchen at this point in time, given the transient state of the building and the other comments that I made earlier, which is for that kind of dollar investment, the amount of money you can use to support local businesses, which should be a goal across the board. It's ludicrous that we would even be considering that kind of investment. Thank you.
All right, a lot of good discussion. We've been discussing this for. We started this just after 10:30, didn't we? Almost 2 hours. I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the Committee of the Whole recommend that Quarry Consulting report to Council on March 9th, 2026, the refreshed MacTier final report, and that the refreshed MacTier final report is to encompass considerations from the Committee of the Whole, Moose Deer Point First Nation survey results, community consultation results, staff recommendations, and budget implications.
Just modification.
Yes.
It doesn't say anything here to reflect council input.
Well, it says Committee of the Whole.
Sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, and one thing that I think is absent is the feedback that's received in the meeting tomorrow, is it, with the community?
Well, it says community consultation results, so I think
And that
that would
I know that there
include-
was a
yes.
previous community
Yes.
consultation. I just want to make sure that's also reflected. So it's inclusive of all community consultations.
Mr. Chair, that will also fall under budget implications.
Got it. Thank you.
All those in favor? And that is carried. And I'm going to suggest a bio break before we get into new business. Do you want to have a lunch break?
No, let's go through it.
If they're hungry, they'll do it more quickly.
How much time do we have?
Well, there are 3 new business items on the agenda. Yes, there's 3 new business items.
Okay, all right.
So we can decide to have a quick break and get back to them before lunch, or we can decide to have lunch and then get back to them after lunch. It all depends on how much council wants to talk about each of these items.
Lunch it is.
All right, let's reconvene at 1 o'clock. Well, I see his name here. I just don't see his face. All right. 1 o'clock, and let's get back to Committee of the Whole. And we are now entering the new business section of our Committee of the Whole agenda. And the first item is exploratory review of permitting and safety measures for winter bubblers. Councillor Graziano, your item.
Yeah, thank you. Through your worship. The motion is intended to create a dialogue around potential permitting of bubblers within our municipality, and to give some context with regards to the reason behind it. One of my inland lakes has a well-established snowmobile trail, and within proximity to that snowmobile trail, specifically across ice, there's a bubbler from a relatively new resident. My understanding is that the resident is relatively new. And there have been some safety concerns brought to my attention, along with a large dialogue on Facebook, trying to bring awareness to the community around this water hazard, especially because it's in such close proximity to a well-known established snowmobile cut/trail. So with that said, it dawned on me that perhaps we would consider permitting it. And in my preliminary research, I'm of the understanding that municipalities do have within its jurisdiction the ability to permit bubblers, requiring those that want to use bubblers to come and apply for a permit, and to ensure that postage and information is properly, or signage is properly posted to mitigate any potential hazards in the wintertime. So with that said, I thought I'd bring it before COW today to open up discussion to see whether or not there's a will of council to pursue this further with direction to staff to perhaps bring back a future report around permitting and what that would look like. So over to council. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the hand is first to staff before council starts weighing in. Ms. King, am I correct in jumping to the conclusion that you might know a little bit about this?
I do, but I thought it might be appropriate to let council have their discussion first, and then if there's any questions, I can answer them at that time.
Any other staff member want to jump in? All right, Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I don't think this is a bad start at all, but we do have a number of businesses that use bubblers, that they have steel bottom boats, barges, floating dock systems that maybe have gas pumps attached to them with the piping and that kind of stuff. So I think there really needs to be some insight on what the inland recommendations should be, or what the business recommendations should be. There should be some sort of differential, but I like the permitting idea for residents. I think that's a really good deal, but I think we just need to have a closer look at some of the commercial and some of the stuff out on the bay. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, our cottage association had an incident a couple of years ago where somebody was doing cottage inspections through the winter ended up going through the ice at a cottage that put a bubbler and not notified anybody. The association now requires that if you are looking for winter inspection, you better let them know whether you have a bubbler or not. So that's very local. I was thinking that maybe the snowmobile associations should be involved in this in some way or other, but of course the cottagers that have bubblers probably aren't snowmobilers. So it's a bit complex, and I don't know that even putting out a license or a pass or whatever understanding or requirement is going to make people step up and actually do it. I don't know. We have to have enforcement on top of that. I can only imagine what the incremental costs may be. I do consider it an issue though, and I'm happy we're discussing it. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
I think that this is a topic that needs to be addressed. I do have residents in my community who have asked me about it in the past. I have let them know that there are other jurisdictions that appear to have policies in place. I would like to also, though, refresh our memory of a resolution that I brought forward perhaps a few years ago, where I was trying to suggest that anybody that had a dock that was left in the water that might be low and might be a hazard for a hovercraft or a ice scoot, that they be required to flag it or sign it or something. And I was encouraged to look away and not go there because of the insurance liabilities or something at the time. So I'm not sure if those concerns continue to exist, but I've heard already that notification, visibility, etc., of areas of weak ice because of bubblers or anything else is something that should be a mandatory thing that needs to be signed. So I don't really know what the policy needs to be, but I think we do need to talk about it further and find out what our avenues are that are available, and at an absolute minimum have a policy of signage, because this is putting people at risk where perhaps unsuspecting owners of property are using bubblers or blowers to minimize ice damage to their property or their things, but it has consequential negative impacts. So I think we need to find a path forward so that we can reduce these risks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pretco.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Not really too much else to add other than I think this does merit some consultation with Snowmobile Association and cottage associations to get their feedback on potential hazards for their members. Even ice fishing may be affected as people are traversing and they're not aware that there might be unsafe ice that in previous years had been safe. And I don't know what the outcome of that would be. Would, the liability for knowing that there's potentially unsafe ice then lie with the Snowmobiling Association of Ontario or whoever is receiving that information and making sure that their members are aware or not aware? And is there liability to the township if we know that there's a bubbler that's making potentially unsafe ice through a channel? Do we have a liability? So I think it's a good idea to consult. I don't think it would be a bad idea to have visibility and some ability to limit the direction and scope of the bubbling. But I do wonder where responsibility and liability might lie once we have that information that's been shared. Thank you.
Councilor Cooper.
I'm not going to repeat all that, but I sort of agree that we need to really consider doing something about this. I would call them winter transportation hazards as opposed to just bubblers, because I think it's also been pointed out things like if a floating dock is left in and it's on a channel that would be traversed by winter vehicles, that should be noted too. It's another hazard, and I know that there's been an accident in recent years where a hovercraft ran into a floating dock and there was some pretty serious damage. So I think we should give some consideration that, and frankly, if you don't have signage and you need it, then you should be fined. Anyway, that'd be my observation. Thank you.
I guess I'm going to take a tone that's somewhat different than everybody else. So somebody has to put in contrast. And I have no idea, but like, for instance, the waters generally are federal jurisdiction. I don't know if that means that the ice is federal jurisdiction, because to me that'd be the first question. To the best of my knowledge, some level of government other than the municipality, I'm guessing it's the feds, but I don't know, maybe you can correct me, but some level of government requires that you sign bubblers, that you post that there is a bubbler in use, and that posting has to be visible, obviously from the ice, from the what was formerly water. And I'm also very worried about liability. I'm worried about liability in the sense that we if we give you a permit to put, to have a bubbler under your dock or under your boathouse, to what degree are we taking on responsibility if, for instance, their sign is obscured by a snowdrift? I mean, it's funny, you mentioned docks. There around the corner from where my place is, there was a dock, dock that was just floating in the middle of a narrow little channel that, from a boating perspective, who cares? From a snowmobile perspective, a lot of people go through there. And I can tell you, there's been enough snow drifting around that most people's docks have disappeared. I mean, I know mine's still there because I stood on it, but you can't tell from the distance that drift actually encloses a dock. And I think we had the same thing with a bubbler, is that we don't know, even if you can see open water underneath, if you're close enough, you can see the open water underneath the boathouse. You don't know how far out that extends. So to me, I would like answers to some of these questions, and I'm going to again turn it over to, I'm going to try again with you, Ms. King, in a moment. I would like answers to some of these questions, but I also think we have to be very careful that we don't expose ourselves to undue risk of being sued when somebody goes over a bubbler that we had given a permit to, but we didn't realize to what extent it had softened the ice, or to whether or not the individual had posted signs correctly, or whatever they have to do. Can you answer any of my questions, Ms. King?
Yeah, I can for sure. So through your chair, I just have some notes here. I'll just start going through them. So when you mentioned the federal authority, under the criminal code, any unsafe ice conditions that are created by you, so whether you're ice fisherman or a bubbler, you have to mark them. So when you leave them, if they are left unmarked, you could be held liable. And it could be like a criminal negligence type situation if someone's to fall in that with it's not shown that there was danger. So it's a similar type idea. So that's where OPP would be involved if there was an incident regarding that. I did contact M&R, and they consider bubblers and de-icers to work like heat loops or water lines. So there's not any permitting or enforcement or timelines that they would monitor for bubblers or their use. The only bylaw in Ontario right now is Armor Township, and they don't permit them. They just have restrictions on them. I did speak with the bylaw officer there, as well as the clerk, who were wonderful to give me some insight as to why this came up. There's some stuff in the bylaw that maybe it works for them because they're that bit farther north, but I would be concerned because of our currents and things on Georgian Bay, as well as our temperatures. Like in January alone, we had a +9 to a -30. So when you have those variations in temperatures, there's no guarantee any ice is safe. And I think that's the main factor throughout this, is any ice users, whether you're a fisherman or a snowmobiler, that's your responsibility when you enter that ice. That is a high risk opportunity like that you're putting yourself in to be aware of. In this bylaw, they have things that, they can only bubble out 3 meters from a structure. As we would know, that bubblers aren't set to widths or lengths of where it can bubble. It could be you'd set it with that intent, and then you go home to your home in Toronto, and then it accidentally bubbled out 10 meters because it's warm that day, whatever that is. So I think permitting that or restricting those would be really challenging. Not only would it be challenging enforcement wise that way, it's also a risk to staff, because similar to Mr. Hazelton's idea about the markers on the docks, that was a big concern because I was around when that came forward. That was a big concern of ours, is how are we going to monitor that? If we're responsible for that and there's no follow-up enforcement because we can't get out there that day, that puts the township and our staff at risk to, one, try to get out there, or two, that we've known of something and not addressed it when we have it in a bylaw. The only other place in Ontario that I was able to find and speak to was Dryden. They considered it, and it's a lot colder up there. They considered having something similar in their area because they had one problem bubbler. After going through council quite a few times, they decided it wasn't worth the risk. There is already, good ice campaigns out there under the authorities that it should be under, like, the OPP puts out that No Ice is Safe Ice, the Snowmobile Trail Associations, those kind of things. Staff did speak with the Snowmobile club in our area, and they're aware of the bubbler. They cross ice certain times with their trails, and they're aware of the bubblers in the area. Sometimes new bubblers are there. They just kind of deviate their paths as best they can. But sometimes they're not going to be able to. And then, just like 2 or 3 years prior, the last 2 winters have been pretty bad, or cold, bad in my perspective. But they had to deviate those trails because there wasn't enough safe ice to get across. So that's something they take into consideration as they build them, and they're not going to risk their staff or infrastructure to go across that ice. So I know Mr. Predko mentioned the concerns about liability an insurance perspective. So I'd be concerned about that, especially if we're permitting something. In theory, that's giving like, it could be a false sense of safety. So if someone, oh, well, the municipality takes care of that, we know that one's not going to be bubbling too much. Well, we can't monitor something 24 hours a day. Neither can potentially the homeowners who are not even in the area for that time. So that would be my concern. Also, the water is federal jurisdiction. So I think Armour, as much as they have that bylaw and they have it in place, they said it worked to address the one situation they had. It hasn't been tested in court. So there's no background to that. If this is something you want to task staff with, that's okay. I'm happy to dig into it a bit deeper to give you a more wholesome report. But I do think it's something a legal opinion would be required because it is a new realm, and that's just a cost we have to be okay with going into this process, especially if we're looking at it from a permitting type end. And if we don't want to go into a bylaw where there would be fines, you know, for those people who are just trying to protect their infrastructure and to do all that logistics to get out to these properties, there could be incurred costs that way to get staff out to physically see them, whether you can get a drone out there, line of sight, all that stuff. So there's a lot to consider. But that's kind of my just like overview of what I know right now. If that helps.
Sounds like you've done almost half the project. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and that was a lot of information, so I'm not sure you answered this question, but it was a little hard for me to digest it all, but I wanted to understand, is there any reason that we'd have to have a bylaw to create an infraction? In other words, or a permit, I should say. Do we have to have a permit? Could it be without a permit but still be able to enforce it?
So you're, just to clarify there, so you're asking that do we need a bylaw with enforcement measures if we were going to permit them, or could you just permit them?
Don't permit them. Say,
Okay,
do
yeah.
a bylaw and say, if you do this, you'll be fine.
Yeah, so that's similar to what Armour has done, but again, that's not been tested in court. So I'd be concerned about that. But there'd still be that liability piece. But yeah, you don't have to permit them. You could try and go that route. Just the jurisdictional problem is a concern.
You'd have to check with somebody that understands the legal system. But if we haven't given them a permit and just said, we expect you to put signage up or you'll be fined, does that make us liable? Or really, I think it would make them liable, but we'd have to find that out. Might be a simpler solution is all I'm saying.
Councillor Hazelton.
Yes. I could talk again. Bridging on what Councillor Cooper said, I really like this idea of if we had a policy, and the policy said you must sign if you put a bubbler in, we probably don't want to go through the approvals process because that becomes ugly perhaps, and perhaps presents liability. But if we had a policy that said you must sign, given what I've heard from our bylaw enforcement already, the maybe the 80-20, 90-10 rule applies. 80 or 90% of the people are going to comply with it without punishment. And perhaps that's a first step path where we could produce a policy and then set expectations and communicate that. But just an idea. Thank you.
Councillor Bochek.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Since it was brought up that this is the Fed's responsibility, I understand it because when I take my boat off the dock, it's a federal water I'm on. The OPP are the ones that give me the ticket constantly. So I'm wondering if it's the Coast Guard's responsibility, do they have rules saying you have to sign, you have to do this, you have to do that? Do they have the rules? Because I think if it's federally controlled and you were to bubble and not have permission by the feds and somebody dies, the property owner would be liable and their insurance would have to cover it. And I'm sure if one of my sons went through the ice because of a bubbler, I would find the responsible party, which would be the feds, and make sure, you know, use that in my lawsuit against them. So I think if the feds do have some wordage and some signage rules and everything else, I think that might be a good thing to bring back to council if we take it beyond the cow process. Thank you.
Councilor Graziano.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm experiencing some Zoom issues here with a frozen screen. So a couple questions if I can, and thank you to staff for the very thorough understanding and analysis on the motion before us. I'm curious, through you, Your Worship, can staff kindly advise, and perhaps maybe this is just my confusion and fogginess, on how the township can issue burn permits without assuming liability for individuals or their actions taken by that permit holder. But yet a bubbler permit could create liability for a municipality, particularly when both activities are undertaken on private property and subject to permit conditions.
So without, through your chair, without having the time to really think on this in advance, the permit for a burn permit is through open air burning bylaw, which we have or the ability to create under the Municipal Act. So we have the ability to create that permitted process. That's also throughout the entire Ontario. There's many municipalities who have done that. The permitting says these are the responsibilities, these are the bylaw that it outlines, so that you can follow it, and then that way if you don't follow it, then we can follow up accordingly through enforcement, and it puts the liability off us. That way is my perspective. The bubbler permitting process, to me, we're stepping a bit outside of our bounds, in that it is, I believe it's federal jurisdiction under the water as soon as we get there to be monitoring something like that we can't in fact really monitor. So I don't know if that answers quite your question, but that's my take on it now. If you want to task me with that in my research, if this goes any further, I'm happy to dig into it deeper.
Thank you, and I think it would be council that requests that from staff. And forgive me, because I can appreciate the act outlining burn requirements, but I suspect that the concern was liability and on the municipality. And in both contexts, I think that there could be a parallel drawn there. But if it is liability that's the primary concern with bubbler permits, have staff, and perhaps they haven't, given that the report hasn't come before council, and that was the impetus of today's motion, is to request that staff come back to us. But has staff considered whether requiring standardized, clearly visible warning signage as a potential land permit requirement or condition could adequately mitigate the risk, similar to how risk is managed for other permitted activities? So have we considered maybe not necessarily making a permit specific to water requirements if it's a federal jurisdiction, and I think legal will advise us of that, but rather requiring a permit that if you use a bubbler, that within our township, a bylaw requires you to have adequate permit or signage, kind of approaching it from a different perspective, but still achieving the same result, which is, awareness and safety awareness?
Through your chair, that's obviously not something we considered because we're just the first step in the process, but it's something to consider. I'm not aware of any bubblers like that. It's not been brought to my attention recently. Over the years, I've had the odd call, but because we don't enforce it and it's not in our jurisdiction, that's not something that we would address. So are there problems that the councillors are seeing throughout the township without signed and marked bubblers? That's just one piece of the puzzle. I know there's a lot of education that's been put out that I've seen just doing this little bit of a dive into research into bubblers, that criminal code element is there, and those cottage associations and like the Georgian Bay Association has put out stuff about it. So I'd be surprised that that's the case, but that would be something to consider. Also, we have here too, with the complexity of Georgian Bay, we do have like the Trent, so that would be something else. Like we have different bodies of water that we'd have to consider, and that on the shoreline, whether they own that shoreline, like it is quite a question, even when it comes to the signage, for sure. So
thank you for that. And one last comment, if I may, and it's specifically, I'm trying to understand whether we're confronted with a true legal barrier or perhaps a policy choice. So perhaps we can endeavor to explore whether it is in fact a legal barrier and or jurisdictional issue, or whether council does have the ability to enact policy that could creatively find ways to mitigate the risks and the hazards that might come with bubblers on waterways where there's open snowmobile trails. And yes, it would make absolute sense that in collaboration with the local, snowmobile clubs, ATV clubs, that we perhaps investigate a need, and further understand what that need looks like as well, and whether they support some kind of formal notification / signage process that might make it more visible to people. Because we do have a lot of transient sledders coming through here that are running marked trails that don't know our area well as well. And we have seen perhaps in the past, I know in 6 Mile Lake specifically, there was a couple 2 years back that fell through the ice because they were following another snowmobile track that they assumed was safe ice, and it wasn't. And people who might be able to puddle hop on their sleds may feel that it's safe, so they'll lead a track right to that water. And then we have a problem on our hands that's incredibly expensive to the municipality, as well as safety risk. So this is really the impetus here, and I want to make sure that if it is a legal barrier, fine, of course, I understand. If it's a decision with respect to policy, then at least council can enact and/or consider it in greater detail and look at enacting something that might work for our municipality. So thank you.
Couple things, and I will cite my source, namely the Georgian Bay Association website that I just clicked on. According to them, the Criminal Code of Canada, section 236(1), mandates property owners to guard the opening in the ice to prevent accidents. The owners must adequately warn and mark any open water areas created by bubblers. So there is criminal charges connected with if you don't mark it. But I think Councillor Graziano brought up a second element, not I'll call it the criminal element, but whether or not we want to restrict people who have bubblers next to traditional snowmobile trails. And as far as the criminal code is concerned, as long as they mark, oh, I have a bubbler and the open water could be here, and that marker might be right in the middle of that trail for all we know, they're not breaking the criminal code to the best of my knowledge. So, but that's a whole separate, I'll call it subsection. Because as you mentioned, Councillor Graziano, part of the impetus of this is snowmobilers complaining that somebody has a bubbler. And I don't think the complaint necessarily was they didn't mark it. Maybe they did or didn't, I don't know. But, and so, to me, I think one of the possible consequences of this is we may want to do a little bit of, I'll call it educational element, is to share with the community, share with our residents, the obligation of people who have bubblers that they must mark wherever and adequately warn whenever there's open water that has been created by the bubbler. And now, I don't know what that means about thin ice versus thick ice, because the open water goes to here, and then there's a bit of thin ice that I wouldn't want to go on before you get to and I'm not even sure how much area is affected. But so I appreciate all this discussion so far, and I'm going to go back for another round here, but I think that it is a criminal offense not to warn people of open water that you have artificially, if you will, created. Now, it's not a criminal offense for areas of our ice to be very weak because of current, because we can't control that. Councillor Hazelton.
Oh, it was on. I'm not sure we want to be turning our residents into felony convicted criminals. I think notification is probably something we should be considering. And I wanted to point out that I've heard a lot of comment about this isn't our jurisdiction, but you can't put a bubbler in play unless it's on your property and hooked up to your electricity to run it. And so I see this as a natural extension to, we can regulate everything to do with building on properties, bylaws and everything else. And so this is just another thing that we might want to regulate or not, or we might want to start off with signage. I think signage is a critical requirement, but I think we want to step away from our throwing it over the wall to Transport Canada, it's your problem. No, I think one of our jobs as a township is to take every possibility we can to keep our residents safe And given that a bubbler or a blower has to be on your dock or on your property and has to be plugged into your electrical supply, you're not running these things someplace else. So I see it fully within our jurisdiction to put a policy in place, but maybe we want to start off with signage. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Just wanted to get some clarification because it's my understanding that I don't own the land under the water or the water in front of my property. It's once you get to the water, it's Crown land or not Crown land, it's provincial land or whatever. I don't think it's owned by you, so I don't know how we can regulate.
These things mount on docks.
Well, they may, but the bubbler's out in the water and you
They're on the dock. They're mounted on the dock.
but they go out and around it, right?
The bubbles go out there.
Right.
But the bubbler is on your property and it's powered through your property.
Okay,
Sorry.
you don't have your mic on. Continue, Councillor Cooper.
Anyway, that was really all I was suggesting, that there might be a bit of a vagary there because of ownership. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. Given that this is a public post, I believe I'm at liberty to be able to provide further context. So there's a lake Facebook page whereby one of the concerned residents had brought it to the attention of the community that there was a bubbler that was a new bubbler, not having been placed there previous years, that was impeding access to an inlet that snowmobile trail had crossed over. That there's a substantial amount of people that use this trail coming and going through that inlet to ride sleds on a daily basis. 93 respondents to this particular post, all in favor or against rather the bubbler. But I do want to read to you the response of the homeowner. If I may, I'm not going to name any names, but the homeowner that owned the bubbler said, checked with township and lawyer, unfortunately we can do as we choose, so sad, our property is protected. And that was the response that they had posted on a open Facebook page. Now, Councillor Hazelton had mentioned something that was quite interesting, and it brought me back a few years back on 6 Mile Lake, an occurrence that occurred on 6 Mile Lake, and there was a gentleman in an inflatable round tube that endeavored to float out in the middle of his bay, connected to his dock with a beer in his hand. And the OPP decided to come by and found him drinking his beer in the water on this round tube connected to his dock and issued a ticket. His response is, well, why am I deserving of a ticket? The OPP officer said, because you're connected to your dock. And as a result, the same rules apply in drinking, and that because he was floating in the middle of the water and connected to his dock, that he would still be issued a ticket. And I think Councillor Hazelton has an interesting legal argument that if it is connected to a municipal power source, which is connected to a dock that is connected to land, is that an extension of your land? And therefore, are we, or do we have jurisdiction? I think it's warranting further legal investigation as to whether or not the bubbler is perceived to be an extension of a person's property by way of connecting to a dock. It's not necessarily officially in the water per se, and acting as an individual unit floating by itself independently. It is connected to a property fixture. Would that be the correct term to use? So I would love to hear what legal has to say with respect to that, if there is a lawyer that can provide detail on that. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I think we're really getting in the weeds on this. I think the fact the feds are involved and your cottage the Honey Harbor Association has indicated that there is a law requiring notification. I think if we made other cottage associations aware of that and posted on our social media sites, would be the best thing to do. That's the way word gets out to everybody. And I don't see any reason for us to look into private ownership of bubblers. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Cooper.
just briefly, I liken this a little bit to the lighting issue that we've had and from time to time on the channels outside of Honey Harbor, where people have lit up their places like a Christmas tree and have all sorts of lights that shine out over the water, create a hazard, essentially. We can enforce that because the light's on their property as opposed to not on their property. So if we're able to do that and fine them for that or regulate that, as we should, because it's a huge hazard it causes, one I can think of in particular that's right on a main channel and it can be seen for miles. So how is this all that much different? I think it's worthy of at least looking into. Thank you.
I'll read the motion. Moved by Councilor Graziano, second by Councilor Hazelton. Whereas bubblers are used during winter months to prevent ice formation, including in proximity to known or commonly used snowmobile trails, and whereas open water created by bubblers may pose safety risks to snowmobilers if not clearly identified or anticipated. And whereas the Georgian Bay Township currently has no permit process, signage standards, or formal guidelines related to the use of winter bubblers, now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare a report for council that explores the feasibility, risks, benefits, and drawbacks of potential approaches related to winter bubbler use, which may include, but are not limited to, permit-based systems, visible signage, public awareness measures, or best practice guidelines. And be it further resolved that the report be strictly exploratory in nature, intended only to determine whether such measures may represent a good idea or a bad idea for Georgian Bay Township, and shall not propose the introduction of a bylaw, permit requirement, or regulatory framework at this stage. And be it finally resolved that the report considers jurisdictional authority, enforcement implications, safety outcomes, and comparative practices in other municipalities, and return to council for discussion and direction only.
Can I request a registered vote?
You may.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry?
Sorry, MacTier. Based on the discussion that has taken place, that there has been a reference to getting a legal opinion. And so we would ask that included in that motion that you add up to $5,000 for a legal opinion.
Okay.
Through our legal fund, do we have a surplus in our legal fund?
Sorry. General reserves.
General reserves, please.
Yes, that's right. I'll indemnify. That was last year.
I'm not going to read the whole motion again, but it's going to have, and that council authorize a legal opinion for up to $5,000 to be funded from the general reserves. All those in favor, and Ms. Way will take the vote.
Let the record show Councilor Graziano requested a recorded vote. Councilor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Jarvis, how do you vote?
No.
Councilor Perko, how do you vote?
No.
Councilor Bochek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Let the record show the motion's carried 5-2.
Okay. Next is financial oversight and transparency review of integrity commissioner costs, complaints, outcomes 2012-2025. Councillor Hazelton.
Microphone.
Now it's on. Okay, so hopefully everybody has read the report that was attached to this and all the lovely whereas clauses. But as a kind of a light narrative, we've gone through many years of integrity commissioner complaints that have been investigated, some passed on, but we don't have a real understanding of kind of a holistic view of this experience. And if you dive into that history, you start getting a little concerned at what you find in the way of costs associated with things and other characteristics. And so I think what we've got here in the way of a resolution of now therefore it be it resolved is we're looking for annual and cumulative costs because we don't want to look at it in an isolated manner. We want to understand what's really been happening here. We want to understand the nature of the complaints and where they've come from. We want to understand the outcomes of these complaints, and we want to understand who the integrity commissioner was at the time. And this information I can share with you that I tried to get the information. Very difficult to get at it with the information that's available, you know, annual reports and things like that. And so I think we're at a point where in order for us to fully understand what our experience has been, that we need to do a little bit of work. And we do understand that there is a new bill at the province level. And I believe that the input mechanism for that bill is not closed. And I think the experiences that we have would be instrumental not only for us, but also for the province. So I'll just pause there and open it for questions.
Councillor Cooper, when you put your hand like this, it doesn't show up on the screen here yet.
I know, I'm flipping back and forth between, I haven't got two screens anymore, so it's difficult. Sorry about that. I'll try and be a better boy. And with that in mind. So I'm in agreement with the intent here, and I think by doing a little bit of digging to look at the sort of financial side of this, but also the causes and so forth, I think what we're trying to do, hopefully, is get to a better place as it pertains to resolution of disputes. This is really dispute resolution in a sense. And sometimes I think, you know, the sort of way we've been operating in the past is that everything just gets sort of turned over to the integrity commissioner. And as a result, it's become rather expensive to say the least. And it's also divisive. I want to encourage perhaps before we get to the integrity commissioner that we maybe talk to each other if we've got some disputes. So I would encourage that we try and come up with a process that deals that provides that opportunity, a dialogue and remediation et cetera, before we go to the integrity commissioner. And one of the ways we could do that maybe would be with the help of our HR department. I'm sure that'll be more than welcome to help us with that. And that's sort of where I'm going with this. I would like to see us consider it, because I do really hope that the long-term objective would be to have a more collaborative environment as opposed to an adversarial environment. And this is quite adversarial, or can be, and sometimes very incorrectly applied and unfairly applied. I've had a number of examples myself of that kind of thing. Thank you.
Councillor Pretko.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. And I agree. I understand the request on this to look at some of the systemic issues that maybe we have had with the Code of Conduct and the Integrity Commissioner investigations. But with the reality that we're going to have a new province-wide Code of Conduct implemented across the board, and that will apply to us, that we don't quite know what that's going to be yet, and that there is going to be a provincially appointed Office of Integrity Commissioners that will be appointed to the township to conduct investigations with a new process that we don't know what it is yet. I'm not sure what we will be able to take from the learning that we will get from looking back at the 10 years of files that will be necessarily applicable to a new process that we don't know what it's going to be. I would suggest that we maybe want to take an opportunity to think about what is wrong with the process and submit that information to the province to help make sure that the going forward process is something that we're comfortable with, that we think will avoid the pitfalls that we have experienced, and whether or not we need data to document what we think is wrong. I think we all have a sense of what we would like to see, and maybe focusing on trying to influence the outcome of the province before it's too late is maybe something that we could better use our time and effort with, rather than reviewing the history. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not going to use this time to relitigate my last IC experience. But that said, I think my previous comments speak for themselves. I'm wondering whether staff can provide the total all-in cost of the township associated with the most recent Integrity Commissioner complaint, given that it's now public knowledge, including investigation fees, legal costs, administrative time, and any other expenditures. So does the finance team happen to have that, or even a general rough estimate as to what this would have costed, inclusive of staff time, Integrity Commissioner costs, legal opinions, and so on?
Through you, Mayor Couture, to Councillor Graziano. Finance is a great place to start, but department heads are responsible for approving their invoices. So the clerk's department is responsible for the IC commissioner's invoices and has more knowledge regarding the amount of time spent by staff. Finance is definitely there to assist, but this would probably be deferred to the clerk's department for further review.
Madam Clerk, perhaps you can.
I don't have a total offhand to include the invoicing and staff time, and if there were any legal costs separate to that. I do know the Integrity Commissioner had to obtain a legal cost, which was included in her billing, so I haven't necessarily separated all of those amounts out. Staff are happy to undertake this. It would be a project of the clerk's office to have this prepared for April. That's totally fine. We can do that if that's the direction of council. I don't have those exact numbers in front of me with all of those totals.
Okay, and I appreciate it. Based on perhaps the clerk's opinion, given what your department has seen so far, assuming that maybe these invoices have crossed your desk, would you say that what the approximate average has been so far, minus perhaps staff's involvement in time and so on, is suggestive to what the average has been over the past Integrity Commissioner complaints?
I can only speak to averages of knowledge from when I've been here. So I've been here 5.5 years, and in that time frame, this has been the only complaint that I have been a part of from start to finish, which is in the approximately tens of thousands, I would say. The one before that, I want to say offhand, was from 2019, and that was just coming to a conclusion when I was here. I think my very first council meeting was the report from that, and that was around $50,000 total. But then there was nothing in 2021, 22, 23, 24. There was no complaints filed. So that just would have been our annual retainer.
Thank you. I understand the concerns with regards to a potential change in process by the province, but there's no assurances that the province will be enacting what they are currently deliberating on. I understand it's in later readings. Things may change, decisions may change, direction may change. Province, there could be a snap election, a new government formed. We don't know. And so as such, I think perhaps pausing to wait to find out what the province does may not necessarily seek to serve the intent of what the motion is with respect to us conducting a bit of a lessons learned, a process review, a policy understanding, and perhaps implement changes that could benefit the municipality from a procedural perspective, from a governance perspective, the taxpayer not having to incur high costs to to them in order to have investigations occur, and that could otherwise be mitigated by way of discussion by HR or even mediation for that. And so I think it's incumbent on council to try to find ways currently in the current state that may seek to mitigate these issues, these challenges, these costs, and make for a far more inclusive environment. So thank you.
Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. In reading this resolution, a lot of things come out of it, and a lot of things that interest me come out of it. The financial side of it, the oversight, transparency, that's what it is. If we're not called in front of the Integrity Commissioner, there's no cost. But what does draw my attention to this resolution is compliance and outcomes. I, for one, read Bill 9, and Bill 9 has some pretty scathing suggestions in it, i.e. Counselor to counselor conflicts, staff to counselor conflicts can result in a 4-year suspension and a vacating your seat and not being able to run an election until the term after that. So that's pretty severe. And the way I see that we avoid that is through mediation, through our HR department. I thought that should have been done in a lot of the past cases where the member that has the complaint meets face-to-face with an adjudicator, which in this case would be our HR department, and avoid going to the Integrity Commissioner so that you have zero costs. But for me to have received a 4-year vacation of my seat because of something I did wrong, I don't think it's right. Going right to the Integrity Commission. We need to stop it here before it goes there. So I'm going to vote in support of this resolution, that we have staff look at it even deeper. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm finding myself very much in line with this idea of transparency and getting a better idea of our costs. And this would be a nice way to do it. However, Councillor Predko has brought forth a very, very interesting point in that this may all be redundant in the very near future. And maybe we should just wait and see what the provincial government comes up with regards to code of conduct and the IC situation. But initially, I think it's incumbent on us to know what our costs are for running business, and this is a cost. And it's nice to know what it is and how it's being laid out. But if it becomes redundant because of provincial legislation, then I suggest we revisit it at a later meeting.
Thank you. I guess I have a little bit of concern with this. I mean, one is you're asking us to go back in history for the last dozen odd years to see what complaints have been investigated by Integrity Commissioner. And I do recall that they used to be posted and anybody could access them. And then I think early in this term, council voted to have them taken down. Otherwise, part of this project would have been much easier. Yeah, I believe so. Was it the previous term? Oh, I apologize, previous term. But you were on that council too. that we voted to have them taken down, which because I know once upon a time, you go back and see the ones that happened 2-3 terms ago. They were posted online. What I don't, there's two things that concern me about this. One is this is a motion to collect a lot of data. It's got nothing to do with what we do with that data, even though many of the comments today were with regards to how do we improve our code of conduct. And I'm also concerned, I mean, there's a number of tight deadlines here. And perhaps the clerk's department can get some of this information within those deadlines. But then what are we going to do? Last time this term, we looked at code of conduct, and I think it took us about 18 months worth of discussions off and on before we came up with was it the 24? I forget when the final, I think it was in 2024. Anyway, we took, there were a significant number of meetings trying to get to the code of conduct, and I'm wondering, do we really want to initiate that again in the last 6 months of this term to try to refine our code of conduct with the knowledge that the province is considering implementing a new format structure around code of conduct. I also wanted to comment in response to Councillor Bochek's remarks, is that there have been a number of municipalities that have faced severe Integrity Commissioner investigation situations. Behavior that, in my personal opinion, borderline on criminal, if not criminal, in the fact that councillors can get away with things, or have been trying to get away with things that no employee would be allowed to do, let alone somebody off the street, and somehow the position of councillor is protected. And in some cases, I think far severe penalties, and I'm not talking about within this township, no, let me be very clear, but in some cases that I'm aware of in the province, far more severe penalties make sense. I think some of the individuals should never be allowed to serve council in the rest of their lives, personally. Now, I'm not the judge, I don't know all the facts, so maybe I'm wrong. But to me, that's my real concern with this. Are we going to go down a rabbit hole for the rest of the term discussing and trying to improve codes of conduct? And I've heard a couple of suggestions I think make a lot of sense, by the way. Just to have it possibly changed, but in time for when the new term comes in. That's my question to this. But now we'll go round two, and Councillor Cooper, you had your hand up first for round two.
Mayor, lucky me. Round two. Just very briefly, I think we have an opportunity to give some feedback to the province about this. And I think it's an excellent suggestion, and I feel the same way and came to that conclusion a little while ago, especially when we hear about this bill, whatever it is, 9. So I think we do need to do something and not just roll over and say it's out of our hands and it's the province. So I am not in favor of rolling over and doing nothing. I think we need to improve our practices, hopefully, and find a way to get to remediation. But at the same time, that's going to be pointless if we can't influence the province. So I'm going to go back to that point, which is if we're going to influence the province, we'll also need some data to have that discussion with the province. We will need to see, how many cases, how much did it cost, blah, 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 blah. Here are the circumstances. Have you thought about whatever to the province? We need to be able to specify that. And so that's why I would urge that we pull the files that we have. I mean, if we took something down from the website, that's one thing. If we've thrown the files away, that would be another thing. So I think that data would be very helpful, and I'm hoping that, especially with we've got extra staff now on our clerk's department, I'm sure she's thrilled to have that help, and some of the help might be able to come from the clerk's department to get to that. So I would very much encourage that we get on with it and get feedback to the province, and also take a look at our own practices along the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, this is about fiscal responsibility, not the substance of any integrity commissioner matter, especially not that of councillor behaviors or IC findings in other jurisdictions or municipalities. It bears no bearing to the conversation, and I understand that. Perhaps other councillors have done things in the past. There are going to be bad people and bad apples, but that has no relevance to, I think, our conversation today. It's a matter of my opinion that integrity commissioner processes are paid for well, it's not. It's objectively the fact that the integrity commissioner processes are paid for entirely by the taxpayer, and council has an obligation to understand what those processes are costing us. And the taxpayer, both in individual cases and over time. Having clear data on total costs and historical averages allow council to determine whether the current approach is proportionate, sustainable, and in line with our duties to taxpayers. I mean, that's what we're here for. We have a fiscal responsibility, or fiduciary rather, responsibility to our taxpayers. And I also believe that council should examine whether low-cost options, or should explore low-cost options, and whether they're feasible, specifically, or such as mediation or in-house HR intervention in parallel to perhaps a non-biased third party might be used earlier and appropriately based on the concerns that have been brought forward without weakening accountability or the integrity commissioner's role. And this is really about using the right tools at the right time and ensuring taxpayer dollars are being spent responsibly. And based on my experience and my personal opinion, I think it was a very expensive endeavor, a very painful endeavor for everybody recently. And the taxpayers are, as we will come to find out through the clerk's, report and overall cost, the taxpayer has borne the brunt of that investigation, where it could have possibly been mediated and or discussed through an HR channel first and foremost before it got to this point. So I think it's our responsibility, whether they're bad actors, both in other jurisdictions on staff side or on council side. I think there's no relevance as to us having to explore the overall cost of the taxpayer and whether we are taking the right approach here. So thank you. My comments.
Councillor Redco.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So just kind of going along this line, I guess the question would be for our Director of Finance, and that is that the request is to go back 13 years. I mean, if we're able to recover the information that was posted on the website to know which investigations and what the scope was of them, hopefully that's an easily retainable or obtainable piece of data. But the question is around the costs, and 13 years ago is more than the CRA, 7-year history. And I don't know if our records retention policy for finance would mean that you've got easy access to our financial records from 13 years ago to easily produce a report of this nature.
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, to Councilor Predko. So I believe financial records as well as the clerk's department, we retain documents for 7 years. So to go back further than that, I think would be difficult for both the clerk staff as well as finance staff, unless say we knew who our IC was. We could contact the IC and see if they retain records for longer, but likely it would be difficult to go further back, further than 7 years.
Okay, so I mean, maybe we have to assume that there either is going to be a delay in the return of information to council, or there'll be a limitation on what is able to be returned to council. And with that in mind, if we are able to recover what the investigations were, I think our council can, do a lot of what is being requested in this resolution to look at, systemically what has been some of the underlying issues and make recommendations to correct processes going forward. But I think we need to use those learnings that we come up with to make recommendations to the province as expeditiously as possible, if we want to make sure that we influence the new Bill 9 Code of Conduct that is going to be introduced. So the Bill 9 was going through the legislature in 2024, 2025, and it died on the floor because of the snap election that Premier Ford called, and it has been revived, and it's scheduled to have its third hearing or third reading in the spring session of the legislature. So I don't think it's not going to happen. I think it's just a matter of when it's going to happen. And I don't think we have another snap election on the horizon for this spring. I don't have a crystal ball, but it seems unlikely that 1 year after a snap election, we'd get a second snap election. So I do think we need to plan for the province, but I do think we need to take what we can learn and make recommendations as expeditiously as possible. Thank you.
Councilor Hazelton.
Thank you. One of the comments I heard from other councillors is that this is an opportunity to go through a lessons learned process. Extremely valuable. You don't know what you don't know, and you have gut feels about what might have happened in the past. But when it's quantified, often it gives you a very different perspective. And so I think, we've talked about lessons learned extensively. I haven't done a lot of lessons learned, and I think this is an ideal category and candidate for lessons learned. And that's really what this, one of the key elements of this is. I hear that, the province is perhaps moving ahead on their ideas. If we were to provide any feedback to the province, having the data provides credibility for any input we might provide. And so without that data, again, we're just squawking. We're not providing critical data, and I think that's incumbent on us to do that. The third thing I wanted to say was, and I had forgotten that we had taken the reports off the website, but in hindsight, I now remember why, and that was because it wasn't transparent. We had the IC report, but we didn't have the councillor report. And so we had a one-sided view that the community could go and find the one side, but could never see the balance from the councillor. And so, yes, I was in favor of pulling that. I had attempted back in 2019 and 2020 to encourage staff to publish both the IC report and the councillor's response. Sadly, that wasn't accepted as an approach. And I think that's, personally, I think it's unreasonable, and it certainly is not transparent. So there's some interesting data points. I'll offer one other data point. I may not be able to go to the township website and find things, but surprisingly, ChatGPT can and did. And it found all the reports back to 2017, all on the township website. So they're out there, they're hidden, but they're there. And somebody with good IT skills can find them. And again, they're unbalanced. So my recommendation is we either take them down permanently, fully, so they can't be found, or we publish them with the counselor's response so we have a transparent, balanced approach. Because I think what was there and is there now without the counselor's response is an unbalanced approach, and I think that's inappropriate for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. If I heard correctly through our Treasury Department that they would be able to request the receipts or the records from the Integrity Commissioner. We've had the same Integrity Commissioner for the 12 years that I've been on council, since 2014. So I would imagine we could just reach out to her and ask her to forward the invoices as long as she's been our Integrity Commissioner, which will go back 12 years. That would take care of part of this resolution, not completely with all the data points and everything else, but it gives me what I need to form an opinion, along with what I made earlier, is we need some sort of action plan here to deal with things in-house before it escalates to the Integrity Commissioner. So those two things is what I'm looking for in a report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, did you want to jump into this round? Okay. I guess I have a question of the clerk and finance departments, and that is the report basically is asking, sorry, the motion is asking for a report on this information for the April 13th, 2026 council meeting. Do you think that's achievable?
Yes.
All right. So then do we need the paragraph about the 15 days and changing work plans and all that sort of stuff? Or I mean, we can just ignore it if you have already said that you can achieve the deadline. It doesn't matter. Okay. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas the Integrity Commissioner process is a critical accountability mechanism within municipal governance. And whereas Integrity Commissioner investigations involve public funds and matters of significant public interest. And whereas Council has not previously received a comprehensive historical summary of Integrity Commissioner costs, complaint types, and outcomes. And whereas the Committee of the Whole is concurrently considering a Council-led working group to review and improve Integrity Commissioner process, and I did not know that. And now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare a consolidated report detailing Integrity Commissioner activity over the past 13 years, including total annual and combined costs incurred, the nature of each complaint categorized as counselor versus counselor, staff versus counselor, or constituent versus counselor, the general outcome of each matter, i.e. dismissed, resolved, breach found, no breach, the Integrity Commissioner retained at the time of each investigation, and be it further resolved that should staff identify capacity constraints in completing this work, the Mayor shall call a special meeting of Council within 15 days for the purpose of reviewing and adjusting annual work plans to ensure sufficient staff time is allocated to meet the reporting deadline, and that such adjustment shall not delay presentation of the report beyond the April 26th Council meeting, April 2026. And be it further resolved, the report be presented as a factual, non-evaluative transparency document without commentary on the merits of individual cases and be suitable for public release. And be it further resolved that this report be treated as a priority governance item, recognizing that it works in direct support of Council's broader review of financial oversight, accountability, and improvement of government processes. And that be it finally resolved that staff present the completed report to Council no later than the April 13th, 2026 Council meeting. Yes. Councillor Hazelton has asked for a recorded vote.
Let the record show Counselor Hazelton has requested a recorded vote. Counselor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Jarvis, how do you vote?
Yay, yes.
Counselor Pecco?
Karen, sorry, my mic wasn't on. You heard me, but the mic didn't. So yes.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Counselor Pecco, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Counselor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
No.
Let the record show the motion's carried 6-1.
Sorry. Oh, sorry about that. We have one more item, and that is adoption and mandatory reading of a formal ratepayers acknowledgement at all council meetings. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. We want to acknowledge the commitment of the residents of Georgian Bay Township. We recognize that this municipality operates because of the financial support and volunteerism of a diverse community, including seasonal and full-time residents, volunteers, and businesses who sustain our services, infrastructure, staff, and local democracy. We all share a common interest in having a transparent, fiscally responsible, well-governed municipality. Council, the corporation, including its municipal staff, commit to serving with accountability, fiscal responsibility, environmental stewardship, to create a service-oriented culture that focuses on helping and acting in the best interests of the community. How long was I? We've reduced this down now from 118 to, I believe, 90 words, and I believe I was under 20 seconds, as per council's instructions yesterday. Comments, questions? Over to you.
Councilor Cooper.
I don't have a lot to say other than we tried to take into consideration some of the suggestions, all of the suggestions, frankly. We did a little bit of wordsmithing when there was some objection to certain words and so forth. And the account, by the way, I just did a bit of quick math. I think the land acknowledgement statement is somewhere around 220 words. This is 97 words. In other words, it's about 45% of the size of the length of the land acknowledgement statement, so it's quite a bit shorter. And I hope we can adopt this just to let our residents know that our appreciation for what they do. And that's really the main feature of this, and I hope we can adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Not that I'm opposed to the wording of this or the length of this, but to repeat what I said yesterday was I swore an oath, and at that time I swore an oath to what is on this piece of paper. So in addition to what is written in this resolution, I would like to see two things added to it. And one is the ability to opt out of saying it, because in the original email I read, it said something about it could be handed down. Counselor, and even staff members would have the ability to read this out loud. So I'd like the ability to opt out of it if possible. And the second thing is, when you do a land acknowledgement speech, the wording is your own. It is not written down. It is not mandatory that you state the land acknowledgement as it reads. A typical example is at district council, we have a couple of mayors who give their own land acknowledgement speech, which is not written or read off a piece of paper. So I think that two important things would be this is for the ability for a council member of staff to opt out saying what's written here, and if need be, change the words if you don't think they're applicable to what you want. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. Councilor Predko.
Actually, my thoughts are fairly similar to what Councilor Graziano or Councilor Bocek just said. I believe in the words. I believe that we've taken that as part of our initial oath. And I think the important thing to note is that, and the mayor brought this up yesterday, that in our agendas, our strategic directions are listed. And the statement is repeating pretty much what is in the strategic direction with some extra words. And I really do worry about repetition fatigue, that if this is read every meeting, that the value of the statement will be diminished and it will be unnoticed, the same as the strategic directions are really go unnoticed in the agendas. But we do live and abide by these principles. I still would be prepared to support something that didn't have any prepared acknowledgement that whatever was said was pertinent to the meeting at hand and reflected the strategic directions. But I think having a static acknowledgement like this will limit the effectiveness or the impact that it could have in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
What Councillor Pretko just said works for me.
Councillor Cooper.
I think I'd like to just point out that at the district, they do hand around the acknowledgement statement. And it's given to everybody. And if you choose your own words to work around that, you may. And nobody is ever forced to make that statement, nor would anybody, in my view, be forced to make this statement. You would be sitting there listening to it. But if you didn't feel like making the statement, you wouldn't. Say, no, thank you, I don't feel like doing it. So that's up to our individual councillors. I just think we're trying to give a message to our constituents that we value what our relationship is with them, and some of us would like to tell them that. What's wrong with that? That's it. I hope we can support this. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
I think we need to be punished if we don't read every word exactly as it sits here on the piece of paper.
Do you want that as part of the motion?
No, seriously, I think what Councillor Cooper just stated makes a whole lot of sense. We want to start off with a very well-worded acknowledgement. We don't acknowledge our residents, by and large, when we begin meetings. And we just assume that they know that we're working on their behalf. But I think sometimes it's, in fact, all the time, it's useful to remind them. Basically, we love you and we're here to serve you. I mean, do you walk out the door and not say, I love you when you walk out the door? I mean, this is about acknowledgement of our residents who pay our bills. They're why we're here in the first place. And I think having a document like this, nobody is going to be held accountable if they skip over a few words or insert a couple of their own words. There's no penalty in any of this, but it's a guiding document, and I absolutely endorse it and support it. Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. First and foremost, I'm going to request a registered vote. I think it's important that the residents of our community, understand, who really has voted for an acknowledgement. I think it's important that they understand ultimately that we collectively has made a decision here today, either for or against it. And if memory serves me correctly, I think the Municipal Act suggests that if we don't request a formal vote, then we collectively have to support it or support whichever way the direction was without any commentary. And so I think a registered vote is very much required here. With regards to comments that I've heard about the delusion of intent, the dilution rather of intent. The concern that I have is if this is the case, then the land acknowledgement may have lost its purpose. I mean, we state the same land acknowledgement at every council meeting across most of our council meetings, as long as they're not back to back. And if that was the case, after the last 4 years of council, I wonder what percentage of this dais has lost that belief that we are acknowledging the lands that we're on, based on the comments that I've heard here today. I think it's a reaffirmation. I think it's a statement that we are saying to our community members that even though we've taken an oath, we haven't forgotten about it, that we still believe in it, and that we will honor it. Because it's one thing for them to hear us say it once at the beginning of the term of council as we're sworn in. It's another thing for us to commit to it on a daily basis and or on a meeting by meeting basis. And I think that's the intent here, is that we are reaffirming to our community members that we're here for them, that we stand by them, that we support them, that we acknowledge that we are elected because of them. And hence the reason why I think this is an incredibly important piece. With regards to the compelled reading, no one's compelled to read this. The motion as it's written suggests that the mayor can delegate to another councillor, suffice it that that councillor wants to read this, on behalf of council for that particular meeting. Similar to that of the land acknowledgement, where the mayor can delegate the reading to another councillor who wishes to invoke the spirit of that land acknowledgement and is really proud to articulate their personal beliefs of that land acknowledgement and their feelings around that as well. So it gives the authority of the mayor to be able to pass it down to somebody else should they raise their hand and say, I'd like to read it. No one's compelled to read this. No one has to read this. No one is going to be forced to read this from my understanding, and I don't believe we can mandate that as council anyways. I think that would be a concern and not necessarily a very democratic thing to do. So, with all those things, I for one, believe in this. I will continue to read this in belief of this, without diluting its intent and without repetition. What was the term used? Repetition. Anyways, fatigue. Thank you. Repetition fatigue. Because I truly, intrinsically believe that I'm here to serve my constituents, to the ratepayers, and to the people of this fine municipality. Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I still see a high level of redundancy in this statement, unlike the land acknowledgement, which is not part of our oath at this time that I can recall. A reaffirmation of our oath is not a bad idea. Perhaps if we were to read this, not every meeting, but maybe once every 6 months or one, just as an acknowledgement that we are reaffirming our commitment to our respective communities, wouldn't be a bad idea. But I still feel there's a level of redundancy here, and so therefore don't see the necessity to be reading it for every meeting. Thank you.
Councilor Pretko.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So a little bit what Jarvis said, but I do want to just, take, I think when we look at the land acknowledgement, its purpose and its placement in the meeting is far more symbolic beyond municipal borders. It's across the country as a respect for First Nations. And by adding another acknowledgement, I think we actually diminish the importance of the land acknowledgement that we're going to make. So I think we need to be very, very careful. I believe all of us at the table are equally committed to the values that are in this acknowledgement. And I think whether or not we vote for this motion is not a statement as to whether or not we believe in these values. I think it's just a statement as to whether or not we believe it's necessary to repeat them at every meeting. And then finally, going back to the comments that are being made that, you don't have to read it verbatim. The motion says that you have to read it verbatim. It says council hereby adopt the following formal ratepayer acknowledgement, and the formal ratepayer acknowledgement has verbiage that follows. So I just want to reiterate that, we're dictating something as an acknowledgement that we already have committed to as part of our oath. And I think each day that we come in to sit behind the dais, whether virtually or in person, we embrace. I think all of us are very passionate about the values of our community and the values of the financial conservatism of our township. So I believe we do that. And if we need to have a 6-month reaffirmation of our oath, I'd be happy to participate in that. I just don't think that our individual meetings each need to have a statement read before it that's formalized in this way. Thank you.
Councilor Cooper.
If there are councillors that aren't interested in reading this, fine, I'll be happy to read it for them. And I don't see anything in the verbiage here that says it has to be read word for word. I think it's just like our land acknowledgement statement. It's a suggested set of words, and some people deviate from it, others don't. I think anything more than that is, certainly from the district perspective, what I run into is that most people read from the card that's passed around the table, and it's read by a different councillor every month, and if you don't want to read it, you don't read it. Anyway, I'm happy to read it when somebody isn't interested in reading it. Thank you.
Thank you. One question, if I may, to the mover and seconder. The statement that you handed out this morning is titled Formal Resident Acknowledgement. The motion makes reference to ratepayers acknowledgement.
That was part of that change of verbiage was part of the piece that I sent last night, and it was the first line was what it was called, and I changed the word.
So the motion should be changed to resident versus ratepayers.
I think so, because it takes the financial contribution piece away from it a bit and says, you know, you're a resident here, you're part of our community, blah, blah, blah. We do mention something about their support elsewhere, but I think in the title, we're acknowledging our residents.
Well, Your Worship, if I may, because you addressed it to the mover and the seconder, I believe, and the record perhaps will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you had requested this yesterday as well, because you had concerns with regards to the term ratepayer rather than resident.
What's in front of me, the motion that's in front of me reads ratepayers, and that's why I wanted to confirm.
Understood. Yes, but the amendment was made to consider your request.
I appreciate that. The only other thing I'm going to mention here is that if I were to read it, I would read it, municipality operates with the financial support, not because of the financial support.
Sure.
Any other comments or questions? I move by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council hereby adopt the following resident acknowledgement statement to be read at all council meetings. We want to acknowledge the commitment of the residents of Georgian Bay Township. We recognize that this municipality operates because of the financial support and volunteerism of a diverse community, including seasonal and full-time residents, volunteers, and businesses who sustain our services, infrastructure, staff, and local democracy. We all share a common interest in having a transparent, fiscally responsible, well-governed municipality. Council, the corporation, including the municipal staff, commit to serving with accountability, fiscal responsibility, environmental stewardship to create a service-oriented culture that focuses on helping and acting in the best interest of the community. I believe the recorded vote was asked for. So I'm going to say all in favor, Clerk White.
Let the record show, Council.
Order, Mayor.
Please.
Thank you. There was no
Microphone. Oh, there's too many on.
Oh, there it is. During my comments, it was said many times that we don't have to say this if we don't want to, but in the written resolution there, it doesn't offer that. And I think it's probably important that it's put, I would support this 100% if it was written in there that you have the option of not delivering this.
Yeah, the motion doesn't state who will read it. So I think that is an open option for, yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. At least that's how I think it's the easiest way to respond to it.
The way it works, I don't feel like reading it. Tell the clerk I'm not reading it.
Right. Okay.
Sorry, I didn't need the microphone. It doesn't go round robin. It stays with the mayor at all times. The mayor is the one who reads it as he's the chair of the meetings, and so he'll read it unless someone else raises. Yeah, unless someone raises their hand and says, "I'd like to read it." So I'll effectively say if this passes here today, I'll be the first to read it. next council meeting if in the event that the mayor wishes to delegate it over to me.
Excuse me, is Councilor Graziano in this meeting? I don't see him.
I'm here. My computer froze. So
Okay.
He's in his ghost mode.
Let the record show Councilor Graziano requested a recorded vote. Councilor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Jarvis, how do you vote?
No.
Councilor Predko, how do you vote?
No.
Councilor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councilor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes and no.
Excuse me, I didn't hear Councilor Bocek's vote.
Thank goodness my microphone is off. Yes.
How did Councilor Bocek vote?
Councillor Bocek voted yes.
Thank you.
Let the record show the motion's carried 5-2.
Moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the Committee of the Whole is now adjourned at 2:36 p.m. to reconvene on March 10, 2026, or at the call of the chair. All those in favor?
Clarification before we
Yes, clarification?
This motion needs to come back to council before it's fully adopted. Thank you.
All right. Did I already call the vote? All those in favor of adjourning? Okay, we're now adjourned. Thank you very much.